Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, November the 3rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yes, thank you, William. So you guys can see my screen, hear me. Okay. Somebody in our YouTube room. I don't understand anything here. I am ready to learn. Okay, well, what I'm doing right now is going over some of the movers in the pre-market, either up and down. Guys, and now first of all, have to comment on the SPY. Some more numbers came out. Whether they're fake, real, fantasy, who cares? The market is reacting like this. So another huge day, maybe. Hard to believe we'll have another day like yesterday. I didn't even realize the Dow was up 500 and NASDAQ was up 232. It'll be fun to look at the sectors today. I took a quick look at XLF, the financial sector, almost back to the 200-day moving average. Amazing. Anyway, let's take a look at some of the things that are happening. Before I get into all of the earnings plays, let me just take a look at the ones that are up the most and down the most. You'll notice that the ones that are down the most in the pre-market, many earnings plays. But anyway, we've got Tenon, T-N-O-N. I know they had a little bit of news. I'm wildly skeptical that this is going to hold, but it's a low float. In fact, well, I don't even know what our float is on this one. No idea what our float is, but it's going to be very low. Something to do with concluded a full quality system inspection technique, etc. So it did pop up to about 170, I think. Yeah, 170, 180 actually, and it's pulled all the way back down to 130. No, DOCN is an earnings play. It is an earnings play. Big reaction to earnings after hours. You can see the mauve area right here. And it is holding its gains. And look at this. What a gap. My goodness. We saw a lot like that yesterday. Big, huge gaps, thinking that eventually they're going to fade. And, depending what the market does today, who knows? Maybe they're going to act like a few of those stocks yesterday that had big gaps and just kept moving higher and higher and higher. Howell, I think it had some news, jumps on early stage data. But another one, I mean, look at this, got up to 346. It's dropped $1. And this is actually shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, 150,000 shares available. SQ is an earnings play. SQ is an earnings play. Another big, big gap. By the way, guys, I didn't do it. I guess it doesn't count if I didn't do it, but boy, I was close to taking this LMND. Um, and it popped with the market. This, of course, was a big earnings play yesterday. I got out of it towards the end of the day, and I was really toying with the idea of holding it overnight. I guess had I done that, now it's pulled back to 16. Had I done that, it moved right with the market. Anyway, it will be interesting though to see what it does today. See if it can retake that 1622. I think the 1621 is the high of yesterday. See if it can retake that and be a second day continuation off earnings. Let's see. Anything else? Expedia, EXPE, another earnings play. Yeah, so another earnings play. I mean, through the 200-day moving average, like nothing. I'll mention Apple. I mean, Apple is an earnings play, of course. Everybody watching Apple yesterday afternoon had a big gap down. Well, first it had a little pop up, gap down, down 2%. Some earnings plays on the way down. You can see some of them are the big gappers down. BILL, earnings play on the way down, big gap down. Some of these, pretty big floats, 101 million down 26%. That is a big, big percentage move down. Another one down, FTNT on earnings, FTNT. You know what I'm looking for today, though? Depending what the market does, of course, I'm looking for some of these to have big rallies. We saw a lot of these yesterday that were down big in the pre-market, and then they rallied like 10, 12, $15. Carvana was an earnings play. Their big day yesterday, of course. Carvana is an earnings play, down a little bit, but down. Like, see, here's one 27, and it rallied not $10, but it is trying to rally here, down to 27, back up to 29.50. Carvana is an earnings play, CVNA. See what Wells Fargo is talking about. Equal weight and a target of 40. Okay. Para Paramount Streaming Services is another earnings play. Big move after hours yesterday. Got up to 13.44, back down to 12.34. PJ, what happened to our Weight Watchers? Actually, Weight Watchers, I haven't been following it for a while now. With the rest of the market, it hit 13.26 a few weeks ago, dropping. Had earnings today. After hours, sorry, after hours. Reaction today, of course. Down on earnings. WW down on earnings. Coin. I'm looking at Bitcoin here. Bitcoin looks like it's taking a bit of a header today. Excuse me, BITO. Let's take a look at BITO. Down 1.8%. Coin itself is an earnings play. Coin itself is an earnings play. Yeah, so it's down 2.3%. And Carl stock rallying. IEP. IEP. Icon Enterprises climbs after Q3 loss narrows. So there you go. Wow. So I had a loss of 1 cent versus 37 cents a year earlier. Okay, guys. Palantir, PLTR, after earnings yesterday, starting to fade actually. Not much. Sorry. I thought it was down more. All right, guys. Well, let's take a look at some of the upgrades and downgrades this morning. Let's see if there's a big surge in upgrades after the market surge yesterday. Morning, AJ. All right, let's take a look at some of these upgrades, see if there's anything interesting. Interesting meaning what I'm trying to see if there's number one stock being upgraded by multiple firms, and number two, see if there's any sort of a crazy price target. Interesting. CFLT, this is the one that is tied to Sarepta SRPT. A couple of upgrades for CFLT. Okay, I've got to take a look at this Omnicell from. Am I in the upgrades? Yeah, I'm in the upgrades. OMCL. OMCL. I am in the upgrades. Okay. OMCL. Okay, I see what it is. So $39 by Piper Sandler, but originally they had a 70. So it's at 29.90 right now. OMCL, it is an earnings play also. OMCL, not a lot of volume yet. Actually was an earnings play yesterday. So one of the few stocks that fell yesterday, really, and that is OMCL. Analysts are still, some are upgrading six and fun. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Take a look at some of the downgrades now. Ooh, there is a huge downgrade list. All right, I cannot get them all in. There's a big, big downgrade list right now. So again, wow, Bill's downgraded by multiple firms. Okay, one, two. Ooh, here's another one, guys. Remember, now the one that we had earlier this week, I think the Payc with all those downgrades didn't really, I mean, it was already affected in the pre-market. But anyway, we've got multiple downgrades for Bill and also FTNT. Bill, I can see two, and with FTNT, I can see one, two, three, four, five, 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 five. I see five downgrades for FTNT and a couple for Bill. Couple of downgrades for SNDR. One to really watch, I think, is the Fortinet. Okay, that's all I'm going to put in here, guys. Actually, I want to take a look at the major sectors right now. But take a look at Fortinet, guys. A lot of downgrades for Fortinet already. It's an earnings play today. FTNT earnings play today. A lot of downgrades. Now, what time is it? 9:13. Let's take a look at these sectors. I'm going to go over every sector now. I want to see where they are in relation to the 200-day moving average. That seems so bleak just, 4 days ago. First thing to do, though, is take a look at the sectors, excuse me, and what they're doing right now in the pre-market. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 77% in green, that means 77% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. And you can just do a quick look. I mean, every major sector is above yesterday's close, at least 50% of the stocks. And obviously more, 88% communications, 81% tech, etc. But this is what I'm really, really interested in. So we know energy was okay, and energy, we only had three, excuse me, we only had three of the major sectors above the 200-day moving average. XLE was one of them. And of course, yesterday it moved. That blue line you see is the 200-day moving average. And moving away, big day yesterday with most of the major sectors, of course. But what I want to see now are the ones that were below the 200-day moving average and how close are they getting? So you can see retail is still quite a bit below, but again, with all the major sectors probably having a big green bar like that. So it is still below. Consumer staples, XLP, still quite a bit below. Again, another green bar yesterday. Healthcare, XLV, still below, of course, but getting closer. Industrials, XLI. Aha, look at this. So XLI. So it is getting closer and closer. And here we are right there at 101. 200-day moving average is at 102.59. So we're getting closer. Financials is the one. I think it's almost there, guys. Financials, of course, real key one. Yeah, so look at that. There's the 200-day moving average right there. There's the current price, 33.67. The 200-day is 33.73. So we are, assuming the market holds like this, we might break through that 200-day moving average today. Discretionary XLY. Aha, look at this. So now we've got another major sector above the 200-day moving average. Broke through yesterday. Utilities, which were really destroyed. Yeah, still quite a bit below, but like most of the major sectors, starting to approach the 200-day, but still below. And then there's materials, XLB, and again below. So right now, so we have now got four and almost five of the major sectors at or above the 200-day moving average. I'm not going to count. I'm not going to count financials yet. And of course, I'm just going to take a look at XLC. We know that XLC has been above the 200-day moving average during the big SPY drop. Can't even see it here. There it is. There it is. There's that 200-day moving. Still rising, but so is the but look at this. XLC way above the 200-day moving average. And of course, tech, XLK. Same thing, looking a lot like, but look a few days ago, just a few days ago, maybe a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, that was getting so close to that 200-day moving average. So we've got four and almost five of the major sectors above the 200-day moving average. And 3 days ago, 5 days ago, there were only two of them, and that was XLC and excuse me, XLC and communications and tech. Why is it important? Well, it's kind of a metric that is looked at by most, virtually everybody. And just in very simplistic terms, above the 200-day, good; below the 200-day, bad. I mean, that's very simplistic, but and of course, the SPY itself. What a rally! What a rally, guys! I mean, this looks so bleak right here. When it got down to 409, that's only 4 days ago. 4 days ago, this looked like. I mean, there's the SPY broke down through that 200-day moving average and was moving away and away and away. And what a rally! Yesterday broke through it. So there we have it. Now, what I've done, guys, is I'm demonstrating the layout that I'm going to use for the test drive that starts, excuse me, on Monday. Oh, no sound. Ah, thank you, Jamie and Peter. Thank you. I coughed. Before I coughed, I put myself on mute. so so hopefully, I don't know how long was I on mute. I went over all the major sectors. Somebody asked about this Cano. I have no explanation for it exactly. I don't know what's going on with it. Looks like it was a reverse split of some sort, but I don't know. I can't see that it was. It was a reverse split. Okay. Just don't see the percentage. That'd be a huge percentage because this was 8 cents or 11 cents yesterday. So like 100 to 1 or something. I just don't see the yeah. So anyway, they did a reverse split. You're right. They did a reverse split. Just can't see the percentage. So CFL actually okay, CFLT with those two upgrades. I didn't realize it was the upgrades are to the 22 level. Again, this is all wrapped in with a Sarepta SRPT. So CFLT starting to run a little bit on those upgrades. Sarepta is still so Sarepta, I guess, had earnings yesterday, or the reaction to earnings was yesterday. They had it, excuse me, November 1st, post market. So the reaction was yesterday, another nice run. You got hammered down 2 days ago, 3 days ago. And the CFLT, so this CFLT, look, I mean, it can be watched definitely. Canaccord is upgrading it to 26, but others, Wolf, 21, and we're at 60, we're at 17 right now. Guggenheim, 23. Ooh, Goldman Sachs, 24. So yeah, so keep an eye on Confluent, guys, CFLT. A lot of upgrades after it being hammered down. Piper Sandler, another one. 30. Truist. Yeah, so there are a lot of analysts in on this one, this CFLT, perhaps thinking this was way overdone. The high yesterday was, well, it's above that high, I think. 1648. Yeah, 1648 was the high of yesterday. So it is above that high. Okay, above that high now. So I would definitely be watching this CFLT. It was a yeah, you could tell one for 100, 10 cents to 100 or to a $10 for the Cano. And, there are a lot of stocks that are gonna look like this, guys. This chart, UPST, there are a lot of stocks that are gonna look like this because they're just basically mimicking the SPY. Okay, so this is definitely following the SPY. I read some article this morning. Elon says that all jobs will disappear because of AI. All jobs. Maybe not my lifetime, but I'm prepared, Grumpy. I am prepared. I'll welcome it. Look at this spy, guys. I hope I can say this all day long and keep saying, look at this spy. We had no pullback yesterday. We have 30 minutes of maybe an uh-oh, but that was it. But the spy was just so strong and it's continuing. Well, look at the CFLT guys with all those upgrades. All right, guys. Well, we're almost getting set for this open here. So if anything else is sneaking in here, we can talk about Nexi, NEXI. What are they doing? A financing maybe? NEXI? No, as biotech says it will liquidate. Okay, well, that's not good. Big volume already with the with the CFLT. Big volume. 1 minute, guys. Okay, 1 minute till it's open. Well, let's have a great end to this trading week. We have another dynamic day. Tons of earnings plays. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at some of these thumbnail charts I've got. The AFRM, again, moving with the SPY. Our stocks are going to look just like this. AFRM moving exactly with the SPY. We're now open. We're now open for business, guys. So, you know what? I forgot to mention DraftKings, DKNG, nice earnings play, but it was giving it up. That's what I was saying. I had a huge move after hours, like a massive move after hours. And but it's really choppy right now. Yeah, somebody mentioned Fubo. Fubo is an earnings play. FUBO is an earnings play. Yes. The next high looking left is 334. Remember, I do not like to trade in the first 15 minutes. I'll let things settle down a little bit. Look at CFLT, guys. CFLT on the move. CFLT on the move. Team is an earnings play, isn't it, William? I think Team is an earnings play. More expensive one, of course, but I think Team is an earnings play. Yes. CFLT, guys. CFLT. If you're, mind taking an early trade. CFLT, guys, if you don't mind taking an early trade, I mean, that is just ripping here now. All those upgrades. Okay, so CAUD is a SPAC. Okay, that turned in, or I don't know what. No, it's not a SPAC. It is now trading as CAUD. It was a SPAC. Wow. So even CVNA is trying to come back, guys. CVNA trying to come back. Has it gone positive? Yes, CVNA has gone actually positive now. As an earnings play, it's above yesterday's high. CFLT, guys. There's a great example of a bunch of upgrades that we saw in the pre-market absolutely working. Look at Bank of America. I mean, 4% move, 7.9 million billion in the float. It's a big, big, big move. Bill on the way down. Bill is not moving with the market. This is an earnings play. Bunch of downgrades for it. All right, guys. NMRK, Newmark. Is this an earnings play? It is not an earnings play today. It was a couple of days ago. Look at this nice 3-day continuation off earnings. So Monster is an earnings play, MNST, but look what's happening to it. MNST, okay, look worse than I thought it was worse than it is. But remember, I've got my earnings plays, and what I'm looking at are stocks that, it pops and then maybe are starting to give it up a bit, which is what MNST is doing a little bit, but it's so early. Trupanion is an earnings play. TRUP is an earnings play. Maybe coming into some resistance around here, 27.90. How is Roku doing today after yesterday? Yeah, it's a continuation so far, guys. So Roku, of course, had a massive day yesterday. This is the one I was thinking of that really all day did not, I know a lot of people were trying to short this, but this just kept moving higher and higher all day long, closed near the high of the day, and a bit of a continuation so far right now. Of course, with the market probably. So just waiting for the first. Now AGL is an earnings play. Okay, this is an all-time low. AGL earnings play all-time low. A lot of times I would take this right now, but yeah, with this market being so strong, nothing will surprise me in terms of maybe a potential bounce. So this is the only time I sometimes will trade in the first 15 minutes when the stock is making an all-time low and showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. So there it is at 1391. But this market is so darn strong that we might even get some bounces on these ones that are at all-time lows. So I'm going to actually watch this one. I mean, look at this. I mean, it actually got up to 1518 earlier before it fell back down. I guarantee if the market were not doing this, if it were just, kind of, especially if it were moving down, I'd be all over this one, AGL, and it may still move down. But I'm just a little bit reluctant. Look at the look at the the CFLT guys. You know what else, what is not moving higher is Bill. Now, how's Fortinet doing? FTNT. I haven't seen it come across any of my scanners after the pre-market. So I mean, look at this with all those downgrades, but this is having a big recovery. I mean, it's still down 18%, but it has moved from 44 up to 47.30. Even with all those downgrades. Oh man, guys, look at the lemonade. Now, remember, I talked about this one in the pre-market even. Um, I said, if you're so inclined to maybe take something on a, second day continuation of earnings, lemonade could be one. Why? Well, it closed right at the high of the day through the 200-day moving average, and when you look left, it still had some room. So this is one. Okay, so we're getting some AI alerts right now. See, the earliest AI alert will be at 9:40. I don't know how. Yeah, pretty tough spread right now on this one. I don't think there's no way you could have got in at 53, 55, in my opinion, anyway. Another one that is really moving here is CTLT. CTLT. Look at this. I'm going to say this all day, I hope. Look at the SPY, guys. Look at this SPY. CTLT. Well, this is another one that had her. No, it wasn't earnings, but I can't remember exactly what happened here. But yesterday's high, or sorry, 2 days ago was 34.50. Look at the lemonade, guys. So again, people asked me yesterday about swing trading and all that. Look at the lemonade. I mean, this is now above 17.19. So I mean, the next highs are way up here, 23.41. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but how strong is this now? Lemonade, LMND. I almost took it. I almost held it overnight, but didn't quite do it. I'm not a big swing trader, as most of you know. This is one big wow, guys. I mean, this is really, I mean, again, the next high looking left is 23.41 for LMND. LMND, lemonade. Okay, so the CFLT is settling down a little bit here. Let's see if it pulls back to any, maybe to the, well, the VWAP is way down here, 1710. It's a little early for me to be looking at VWAPs, but let's see. High of the day is 1792. Let's see if it takes that out later. Again, a lot of upgrades for this one, ranging from about 20 something to $30. And lemonade, what do they do? Insurance agent. Oh, insurance services. I wonder why they named it lemonade. Pet insurance also. Interesting. What a couple of look at, I mean, look at this 2 days, guys. This is 2 days. I mean, this is the weekly chart. This is 2 days. All right, we're now into the first 15 minutes. All right, look at the SPY again, still moving higher. Path, is this an earnings play? Had earnings on the 30th. Keep an eye on CFLT now, guys. If it takes out the high of the day, I mean, it still has room. Here is a stock that is trying to come back. It's still down for the day. It's an earnings play, VIAV. It's down for the day, but it is trying to come back. Fluor is an earnings play, FLR. Maybe coming into some resistance. So what's resistance right now? I have no idea anymore. Not with the SPY doing this. DOCN is weakening. This is an earnings play. DOCN is weakening a bit here. Ah, missed it. I think it's probably moved just too quickly for me. Trupanion, TRUP. This happened right here at 28.95, and it popped almost immediately to 29.45. Yeah, there's the AGL. AGL is making another new low here, guys. So the AGL had a little bit of a bounce, but this is an all-time low. All right, guys, a lot of shares available also. A lot of shares available. Interactive Brokers, they're short 3.68 million. So lots available for the AGL. I'm looking at it now. This is definitely not bouncing with the market. All-time low. Okay, let's see if it gets back down to that 1350 level. I might take the short if it gets back down to that 1350 level for AGL. Just hard to commit to a short. Just one moment, please. Okay, so I see Fubo showing up in our AI. This is an earnings play, FUBO, FUBO. My issue with it would be, trying to get through three, but we'll see what happens. Okay, guys, CFLT just took out the high or got to the high of the day. CFLT just got to the high of the day and breaking above. Okay, guys, CFLT broke above 18. Yeah, look at AGL, it bounced, so I'm glad I held off. Was waiting for a 1350. Waiting for a 1350. I just think it's going to be hard to short anything in this market right now, even something that's at an all-time low, to get a consistent move anyway. Well, what do I know? So there it is, AGL now. Okay. Okay, guys, I'm in it. I'm in it. Let's see if this has any sort of run in, maybe down to the 13 level, maybe. I'm in the AGL short. It's over 1350. I'm getting out. CFLT, yes. Yes. All it took was that high of the day break. So two trades right now, CFLT and the AGL short. Boy, there's an example though, guys, of, doesn't happen that often, but I mean, looking at the pre-market and the upgrades and the downgrades and seeing all these upgrades for CFLT. Now, I'm sure the market is helping, but nonetheless, Seeing all those upgrades. Must have been about 5 or 6 firms. And of course, keeping an eye on it in my thumbnail charts right there had actually 2. Come on, AGL, collapse. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm just waiting on this AGL. I just want to see if it can get close to 13, maybe 13, low 20s, maybe. Man, I don't trust, not when the market's doing this, that something is going to just continue to move down. But yeah, I've taken some off the the CFLT guys. Still want to. So this is one that potentially to hold. Okay, I haven't even looked at the abnormal option activity. So Kodiak from yesterday, KOD from yesterday, it did show up. It's at yesterday's high. Right now, it's at yesterday's high. Yesterday's high was 226. It's at 225 right now. That red line is yesterday's high. Okay, you know what, guys? I've covered my AGL. I just don't have the faith it's going to really, really keep moving down. Famous last words as it moves, continues to move down a bit, but that's okay. I just don't have the faith that it's going to keep moving down in the face of this market. No, he means he got out of it. Yeah, flat means he closed just like this, flat. Flatten his position. Look at Lemonade. So Lemonade now is even showing up. Wow. Well, too bad. I didn't have enough faith in his AGL, but it looks really weak now. Down to 1308. All right, Carl Stock, IEP now showing up on the 10-day daily breakout. Well, Fubo, Fubo, what did it get up to? Actually got up to 317 before it pulled back. Okay, yeah. So I'm all out of the CFLT also now, but I'm still going to watch it later on. I want to see if it takes out the high later on. Still has a lot of room that it can keep running, especially if the market just keeps surging here. Well, you perma bears out there, I don't know what you're doing. Look at this. So AGL, the only one in the 10-day daily breakdown. Man, and look at all the ones in the 10-day daily breakout. All these I'm sharing, guys. So Pitney Bowes was an earnings play yesterday. Nice reaction to earnings yesterday. A lot of stocks, of course, did this. Continuation, second day continuation after earnings. Howell, I don't think I mentioned Howell. Yeah, I did mention Howell in the pre-market. Um, yeah, I don't know. A little bit of news got up to 350, back down to 240. Ah, AGL. Well, hopefully nobody listened to me if you were short. This is a classic alpha stock right now. Look what the market's doing. This doesn't care. All-time low now for AGL. So I see that this Nexi, no, not very much volume. Nexi was halted and now it's resumed. Now it's halted again. NEXI. You're in WW, PJ. Okay, I'm sure it's had a bounce. Wow, what a bounce! Gone positive. Actually, gone positive now. It is an earnings play. I'm sure. Now, keep an eye on the market. Now, if you're in stocks, especially that are tracking the market, we've got a big topping tail now. This is the first sign of maybe a little bit of selling. Okay. And so many stocks are following the market right now. So just keep an eye on the SPY. All right. CRNX just showed up on my 10-day daily breakout. Is this an earnings play? Not an earnings play. Ah, look at AGL. Oh man, it's going to torment me all day. As some of you know, I have the pig sound here. All I hear is grunt, grunt, grunt every time AGL makes a new low. So it's tormenting me now. So as mentioned yesterday, this has been a big week for earnings in terms of the number of companies, over 1,000. Next week we have over 1,000 also companies releasing earnings. That's what makes it super exciting. Most of the things that you see here are earnings plays. Either earnings plays today or maybe yesterday or the day before, continuation. So healthcare stocks, let's take a look at this is XLV. And just looking at the healthcare, I mean the XLV, the ETF major one, and it's still up. I've seen a lot of these healthcare stocks dropping, including AGL, of course. I mean, these are astonishing moves. 23% down with 300 million in the float. That is an astonishing move. Okay, guys, CFLT may be getting ready again. CFLT, it's over 18 again. I'm going to stick an alert right around 1813. So first of all, in about 25 minutes at 10:30, I'm going to go over all the information you can find on my homepage. In fact, what I'll do right now is I'll just put in the link for the test drive that starts on Monday, but you will have access to the program about an hour after the market closes today. Okay. So I want to go over I'll go over this right now. And welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. So this is the test drive link, okay? So if you want to try out our program, now's the time to do it. It starts on Monday. It runs November 6th to the 20th. That's Monday to the following Friday. Okay, well, the 6th to the 20th, that'll give you 10 trading days with trade ideas. It'll cost you $11.11. If you sign up right now, you're pre-registering, but you'll have access to the program about an hour after the market closes today, so you can play around with it for the balance of today and then on the weekend. And I'll show you what you should do, in my opinion. Don't just show up Monday morning without having any knowledge about what trade ideas can do, okay? So again, it'll cost $11.11. If you are a standard subscriber, you can also take advantage of this. We'll upgrade you to premium. Basically, premium gives you access to this AI that we've got here, okay? There are other things in premium, but that's the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service, have access to our AI. When the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing to do, nothing to unsubscribe from. We do not put you into a subscription, okay? So listen carefully. Please don't think that we're going to put you into a subscription when the test drive is over. We'll have a nice promo code for you if you do want to take out a subscription, but we're not putting you automatically into a subscription. So don't worry about that. Common question. And the only other thing I'll say is that there was no auto trading allowed. If that's the only reason why you thought you want to take the test drive, is to test out auto trading. No auto trading. Okay, so don't take the test drive if that's all the reason. That's the only reason you want to try it out. We only do this about 3 times a year, so good opportunity to try us out. You can afford $11.11. Now, this is a set time, the 6th to the 20th. If you can start on the 6th and then on the 20th, that'll give you the 10 days. If you can only start on the 7th, for instance, that'll get you 9 days. You can actually sign up for it all the way, well, what it says to the 10th, Friday the 10th. Okay. You won't get obviously 10 trading days. You'll get that day plus the following week. It'll still cost 11.11. So the way to take advantage of it totally is from the 6th to the 20th. And I will go over my homepage and all the information you can find on it in about 20 minutes. This is the layout that I'm going to share for the test drive. All right, so we're getting a red bar on the spy, but nothing dramatic yet. So you see, you would have had time. There's the Fox A. Okay, there's the. Now you're going to see that most of the this week and next week, most of the stocks you see here, excuse me, most of the stocks you see here are probably earnings plays, and you hear me talk about earnings plays all the time. An earnings play for me is any stock that released earnings the day before after the market closed. That's the mauve area right here. And of course, in the pre-market. And those are the stocks that really can move. And you can see these ones right here, the top two right here. These are earnings plays. I don't know if EQRX is an earnings play. The answer is no. Let's see if Big Z is an earnings play. Yeah, it is interesting. It is not. Well, we don't have earnings on it, but most of the ones that are really the active ones will be earnings plays because those stocks are, typically they'll move and they'll usually move all day long. So the Fox F, of course, is an earnings play. And wow, I mean, this is the Fox Factory. Ah, okay. So this is all to do with Apple. All right. For some reason, I've got an alert for ATGL. Ah, this was an this was a I guess an IPO a few days ago, 3 days ago. Here's another earnings play, guys. I didn't see this in the pre-market. HLIO. Wow, HLIO. What's the volume like? Not great volume. I mean, the relative volume is awesome, 20 times normal. But what's the spread like? Yeah, I see the spread's a little tough. 39.30, 40.16. This is this blue screen you see here is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. That's the spread. So if you wanted to short this right now, you'd have to short right now 39.30. Your P&L would probably though reflect that if you wanted to get out of your short, it'd be at 40.21. So you'd be in a losing position. So that's why we always look at the spread, before you take a trade, you want to make sure that spread is not too crazy. So of all those multiple downgrades for Fortinet, FTNT, that didn't, I mean, they're still in place, but this has had actually a wonderful bounce, a $4 bounce for FTNT. Okay, guys, I'm going to get rid of a couple because I just find it way too confusing for people. So I'm going to get rid of some of these columns. Look at lemonade, guys. Lemonade still, still moving here, guys. So as I've said a few times, and I'm going to go over this in about 15 minutes, these some of these scans here. So when you see a stock in the abnormal option activity and also in the breakout, I'm sure Lemonade is up here in the Momo. If you see the same stock like Lemonade, pay attention. Okay. So there's Lemonade later in the abnormal option activity earlier in the 10-day daily breakout. So 1698, 1758, 1763 now. I mean, this could keep running because quite frankly, there's no real resistance. I mean, the next high on the daily chart, yes, is up here, is around 1784, I guess. So that might stall it for a while, but look at this weekly chart. Ugh. Well, even if you're lying, tell me some people are still in AGL. This is if and this is well, this is basically probably the best trade of the day that I've seen in terms of percentage moves. I mean, 1391 down to 1266 and relatively steady. I mean, the only reason I'm out, guys, is because of what the SPY was doing. I just thought maybe it would have a bounce. I wanted to ensure my profit, but I basically kind of outsmarted myself. Wow, okay, guys. This we saw this one yesterday. I guess this was not an earnings play, but look at Paycor here. Sorry, PYCR. Well, it is Paycor, PYCR. So this is at the 2 day ago low, all-time low now, all-time low. Okay, guys, so that was not a massive sell-off really. I mean, a big topping tail there, but it did not take out so far, did not take out that low of 434. Buyers still look like they were in control. I'm gonna put an alert up here around 434.82. I was wondering why this AGL wasn't showing up here in the abnormal option activity, and the reason being it doesn't trade options really. Only 174 contracts today. So there's a classic. I mean, even though it does have the ability to trade options, but it's not abnormally trading options, only 21% of normal, even though the relative volume is 13. All right, Mr. Spy, there you go. Boy, look at this PYCR, guys. PYCR all-time low now. I have to stick an alert underneath 18 to see if it takes it out. Say 1795. Tempur-Pedics, guys. TPX. I think this was an earnings play yesterday, trying to have a reversal. Yeah, trying to have a reversal. This was an earnings play yesterday. One of the few stocks that still was down yesterday on earnings. Having a reversal. It's above yesterday's high now, TPX. Maybe keep an eye on DOCN. This is starting to weaken. DOCN is an earnings play. It's still up for the day. Excuse me, but I think there's a red bar, a green bar ignored right there. So we have a bit of a downtrend. So again, it's still up for the day, big 18%. It is an earnings play, but we had a bit of a downtrend. We have the pause in the downtrend, that green candle, which is totally engulfed by that previous red candle. This candle is turning red. And so this could be, again, if you look at it this way, downtrend, pause in the downtrend, maybe the downtrend continues. But market strong, still strong. So again, I know people yesterday trying to short strong stocks, but this does look weak now with that little formation, little green bar ignored. This is a weak earnings play, guys. Another healthcare stock, OHI, another weak earnings play. OHI, slow looking left. Yeah, it might be a little too close, around 31, sorry, around 32. MCRB, you're talking about this MCRB. I'm noticing it showing up in the option activity and also the momentum. Wow, that's a big wow. Well, coming into the next high looking left around 165-ish. Oh, I see. You were trying to short this. I'm amazed. Yeah, a lot of shorts available for MCRB at Interactive Brokers, 1.26 million. I'm surprised with with a stock this cheap. Okay, guys, SQ is an earnings play, and it is moving down now on earnings. So it's still positive for the day, 11 up 11.5%, but it is starting to move down, giving it up a bit. But I'd be watching this market. If this market depends what this candle does. Now, if this candle takes out the low here, then we might start to see a little more selling pressure. But again, trying to short these strong earnings plays, saw what happened yesterday. That was not the way to go. Not saying there's not one. Look at this. Oh my gosh. Here I was hoping it would get down to 13. AGL now down to 12. Good for you. I think somebody trade swings. I think you short sold AGL. I see that at 10.15. So at 10.25, you are making money. Well, you know what, guys? I think I'll start my little routine now. Okay, it's 10:25, a little bit early. Okay, boys, I love the football talk, but let's maybe get it back to the general market talk, okay? You know me, I'd rather do a sports talk radio all day instead of stocks, but all right, guys, here's my homepage. So this is what you're going to find on my homepage. First thing, if you do want to take out a subscription right now, look at the Fortinet guys, FTNT, maybe giving it up. FTNT, keep an eye on that one. We're taking a subscription right now. Here's a promo code you can use. Carry 15 for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And so this is a free room. The way we can keep this a free room is by, if at any time in the future you do want to take out a subscription, just use my promo code. So save, you can save my homepage link and come back in and see whatever the promo code is. Okay, this will change from time to time to 25%. Okay, but just use my promo code. This will really help to keep this room free. It's as simple as that. Now, if you're going to take out a subscription or you're going to do the test drive, you must do this to get started. This will run you through your downloaded install, first startup and login. I would forget about dock layout. Okay, introduction to scans, top lists. What are top lists and what are alert windows? If you look at every one of these videos, it'll take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. That is the bare minimum that you should do to get prepared for the test drive on Monday. Okay. If you are new to trading, we have a series of videos that you can watch, all free, Trading 101. It starts off as basic as you can get. What is a stock? That's your first video. Okay. So if you're new to trading or looking for maybe a refresher, again, this is a series of videos and it's all free. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for that. That's free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Okay, guys. Well, maybe we're getting our answer here. A little bit of a sell-off now. This is the education section right here. This is our user guide. We have a great user guide. Now, again, if you're going to take this test drive, you're new to, or you're just taking out a subscription now, don't get hung up on how much we have in the user guide. You don't have to learn everything. There is that getting started again. You can find out a lot more detail about what an alert window is, the A window, what a top list window is, the T window. You want to find out a little bit about more about stock racing and price alerts. Okay. Everything else, I mean, look, you don't have to know everything about trade ideas. It's like any other software program. Big manual, you don't have to learn everything ever. Look at a Microsoft Word manual. You know everything in there? Of course not. So again, if you're taking this test drive, don't think, well, how can I in 10 days learn everything? You don't have to. Here's the Getting Started series again. So daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. And one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And today, now normally it would be Andy today, but Andy did it yesterday. It should be Steve Gomez today. I will confirm that. I think he was on holidays. I think he's back, but I will confirm that. Somebody will take over. Excuse me. And I think it's a good idea to head over. We have, of course, 5 days of the week, Monday to Friday. We have 5 different traders who who take over for me in the YouTube room, and they all have different trading styles. Just give me one moment. Okay, give me one moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay, now if you want my scans, here they are. So if you click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, you scroll down, get to that middle section. These are my scans, okay? Now I also have a layout that I'm going to share. You can have the layout if you want it right now. You can have it. If you're not a subscriber, of course, it won't load, but you can always save the link. And if you're going to take the test drive, this is a link. This basically what you see on the screen is what you'll get, except for the Brokerage Plus window. I don't think that will copy, but I'll show you how you can load it. But this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. These are basically the gappers up and down. Okay, this will of course alert us to the stocks that are really moving, and perhaps follow some of them once the market opens. The halts resumes, which I usually display, but I decided for the test drive I won't display that. But this is what it looks like. You see all the stocks that get halted and then resume. This is the momentum scan right here, right up here. This is the abnormal option activity scan right up here. I think these two together can really, give you some good action for the day. But I also have some other scans that I'm sharing, including the breakouts. There's the AGL, the 10-day daily breakdown, and the 10-day daily breakouts. I am sharing them right here. Okay. So I am sharing a lot of scans, different scans too that I'm not using right now, but you can always take a look at them. Oops. So again, you save my homepage link. Just a moment, just trying to grab something, and there you go. So yeah, so if you save my homepage link, then you'll have access to all my scans. You'll have access to the education section. And of course, at some point in time, if you want to take out a subscription, just please use my promo code. Okay. Now, okay, guys, there's the PYCR. This is really interesting to me, especially with the market moving down a little bit. Not a lot. We're not in like a big collapse mode yet. But PYCR now an all-time low. And don't be, and also you can ask me questions all day long. Don't think that you're interrupting me. Don't be shy. There's no such thing as a stupid question. If you're also, we all started out trading at some point in time, brand new. Okay. So don't be afraid to ask questions. Now, If you load one of my scans, and I like to demonstrate the momentum scan, if you're wondering what it's looking for, and this is the whole, this is what Trade It is really all about. I right click and click on configure, and I click on summary. This is what this scan is looking for. Now, there are a lot of products out there that sell screeners. This is the screening aspect of Trade Ideas. There are a lot of screening products out there that you can buy. We are excellent, like really, really good at real-time alerts. So, of course, we have screening capability, and this is you'll see this is what this one is looking for. So if the price is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. So right now, 10:34 a.m. Eastern time. This gives it the momentum. This is why I've named it momentum. For the stock, the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes, it's 400% of normal. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's why we see DRIO at 10:30 at 123, and you can see right now it's 10:35. So since that alert, there have been no stocks that have met all these filter requirements and made a new high of the day. Okay, and that again is what we are really, really good at. Now, if you like the idea of the scam, but maybe you don't like this price range, of course you can change it. This is what I like to see, but it's not necessarily what you want to see. In terms of a price range, maybe even a volume, or so you can always make a change. You can see here the filter values that I'm using. If I go into that price area, I can make a change, maybe to 10 and 100. Click on the summary, and you can see now it's 10 and 100. Then you can say, okay, now you've sort of customized it. Or you can leave it exactly the way it is. Now, I am a momentum trader. I like to see stocks near the high or low of the day. But even if you are not, even if you're somebody who would rather play something that maybe pulls back to a certain, maybe the moving average, or a VWAP or something like that, you can still use these, because you could say to yourself, okay, let's take a look at LYTS. And you might look at this and go, wow, look at this anyway. I mean, good grief, 1548 yesterday. Must have been an earnings play. Yeah, this was earnings play yesterday. This was a reaction. But you may look at this and go, well, you know what? I don't want to take it yet. Maybe if it pulls back, I don't know, to 13, or maybe to there's the VWAP at 1306. I know a lot of people don't like to. I don't consider this chasing yet. Okay, I mean, it's at the high of the day, but it's not like it's multiple 15-minute candles all in a row yet. So, but this is my style of trading. But you might look at this and go, well, I'd like to see this one if it pulls back to the VWAP at 1306. So maybe put a price alert right around there. And if it pulls back, watch to see what happens. Maybe it bounces and then it moves higher. So, but my whole idea is that if you're going to intraday trade, you have to have a way of identifying stocks that are trading abnormally. Okay. And I'll get into this one in a bit. But I also just want to show you that, of course, if you want to build your own scans, you can. This time, I click on configure. Instead of clicking on summary, I'll click on search. So again, if you're going to take this test drive or you're new to the program, don't get hung up on on how many of these real-time alerts that we've got. Now, the top two, by far, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But we have a lot of other real-time alerts. You want to see stocks making new 5-minute highs or 5-minute lows or 10-minute highs, 10-minute lows. Excuse me, we have that. And when you scroll down, these are the screen. This is the screening aspect, the filters that we've got. Again, don't get hung up on how many we have. The reason we have so many is that when the company started 20 odd years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So of course they had to create enough different real-time alerts and filters so that the majority of the customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. So don't get hung up. You don't have to learn them all. You might want to scroll through them just to see, maybe if you're not a new trader, you might want to see if we've got something. And maybe you can use it if you want to build your own scan. Or, take my scan and maybe add a filter to it that you see, or take one out that you don't like. There's all sorts of things you can do. But please don't get hung up on how many of these we've got. You don't have to learn them all. I'm sharing a lot of my scans. There are scans here, clicking on new from the toolbar, and then click on dock channel bar. These are all theme-based channels, and we've got a lot of scans here. So if you're a person that doesn't want to build a scan at all, no problem. So let me just go over this scan right here, the abnormal option activity. So I don't trade options, but again, because I'm more of an intraday trader, I'm always looking for stocks that are trading abnormally. Now, the number one way to find stocks that are trading abnormally is using our relative volume filter, because that, right now at 3 for LYTS, it's telling me that that is trading. It hasn't traded a lot of volume necessarily, but that is 3 times normal up to this time of day. Okay, so that's interesting. But coupled with that is I'm also looking at stocks that are trading abnormally when it comes to options. So for instance, if I look at Bumble here, BMBL, so the relative volume is 3. Okay, so that, it is trading abnormally there. But look at the option volume, 19,721 options right now. That represents 5 times normal, 515% ratio of 5.15 normal. That's pretty. So coupled with the relative volume and abnormal option activity, this is a stock that should be watched, if you want to trade it. You should be looking at stocks that are only trading abnormally if you want to intraday trade. You don't want to get stuck into something and then all of a sudden it just stops trading, or it's only traded, 10,000 shares, but yeah, it's up 5%, big deal. Okay, so I don't trade options, but again, this allows me just to identify stocks that are trading abnormally. And the filters that I'm using in here has to be, there are others, but it has to be at least 500 contracts, and it has to be at least 1.5 times normal. Okay, for it to make it here. There are other filters, of course, but give me a moment. No. So Janine, so the question in our YouTube room, we're only stocks. Okay, just stocks. And it's got nothing to do with AI. Our program only does stocks. Question was, does our AI, the question really should be, does our software scan futures? And no, we don't. We also don't scan options. We have filters that can identify abnormal option activity. So let me just show you what they are. I right click, configure. This time I'll click on search, and I'll type in options. By the way, this is a good idea. If you're wondering, well, do they have anything on MACD? Do they have anything on RSI, stochastics? Do they have Ichimoku? Okay. You can always type that into the search terms and you'll see exactly what we've got. Right now, I'm just going to look at options. Excuse me. So we've got some obvious ones, the put call ratio, option volume today, put and call volume today. Excuse me. So the ones that allow me to find stocks that are trading abnormally, this option volume right here, contracts, this is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. And so coupled with this, the option volume today percent, that's how so let's just say a stock over the last 5 days, over the last 10 days has averaged 5,000 contracts. Okay. And I use an option volume today percent of 300, 3 times. For me to see that stock today, it would have to be trading 15,000 contracts. Okay, so coupled with the, excuse me, the average number of contracts over the last 10 days, and then using this, that can show me stocks that are trading abnormally option wise. Okay. Guys, PYCR, that was my little hiccup, not my hiccup, but why I paused. I'm in this one. Sorry about that. I'm in this one. This is the one that I was watching to see if it broke down through 18. This is an all time low, PYCR. So I am in this one. It's underneath 18. And if it gets close to high 80s, I'll probably get out. Again, I don't, obviously, I think the market is probably going to help it a bit. Okay, I'm just now watching the PYCR. All right, what's the market doing? So again, we've got obviously we're in a bit of a downturn, but we've got some bottoming tails. So remember what that means. The sellers have been trying to knock it down, but the buyers have been closing a little bit higher. So again, I think a key area would be around here, around the 433 level. I will put this in here. Now, I also see something here that I haven't seen before. History signals in the money, real time today, yesterday. This is something new. This I don't know if you guys have got this. I'm on a brand new build, development build. I don't know if you guys have got this yet. Probably not. I don't even know what this means. Signals in the money. I'm always the last to know. Let me just duplicate this window. I don't want to. Ah, okay. I think what this is trying to tell me is that these are the ones that were up yesterday. Give me a moment, guys. I have maybe an important announcement. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys. All right. So just basically got flat on the PYCR. I'm going to keep an eye on it though. I want to see if it breaks down a little bit more. Yeah, see what happened. I mean, it just bumped me out. So I had a nice little profit on it, but I allowed it to get away from me. I got a little distracted. So basically flat on this one. So Chris, if you look here, see in the history, see it says signals in the money. If you right click now on an alert window, right click on an alert, come on, please. Right click on an alert window, and now in history, signals in the money, real time today, yesterday. I know when I clicked on yesterday, I think it just showed me all the stocks that were positive or something like that. Talking to Chris Varley at Trade Ideas. This is in the development build that I'm on. This was the new build from yesterday. What do I think of TSAT for a swing? This is from AJ in our YouTube room. Again, you understand I'm not a big swing trader, but let's take a look at TSAT. So yeah, it has earnings coming up on Friday. So I would never hold something through earnings. That's just me. Okay, that's number one, AJ. Okay, I just won't hold anything through earnings. You never know what they could, what they're going to come up with. Okay, thanks, Chris. I'll have to read that a little more. Well, that's Holly history in AI, but that's not this one here. History signals in the money, is it? That's the Holly AI that you're pointing to, but not this one here, unless it's basically the same. New columns to split. Okay, I'll have to take a look at that. Thank you. Okay, so Frankie, are there any scanners you recommend to beginner traders? First of all, if you're a beginner trader, it's not so much scanners. I mean, I've got scanners that I use, but it's really got nothing to do whether you're a beginning trader or not a beginning trader. It has to do with what experience you have trading at all. Okay, because I could give you a scanner that shows you, stocks making new highs of the day or new lows of the day, but if you don't know what you're looking at on a chart, it's not going to help. Even if I gave you, so what I would do is this, trading is not easy. I have to just say that trading is not easy. So it's not like I can give you some scan that, okay, if you're beginning, this is what I would do. Unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. But this is what I would do. If you go to my homepage, Frankie, okay, and you click on it, and you'll be at the top here. Click on Trading 101. There are a lot of videos there, okay, but you have to have an idea about when you click on an alert, like what are you looking at? Like how do you interpret what you're seeing on a chart, okay? Before you even start trading. Okay? So it's not that, there's no such thing as a scanner for a beginner trader. You've got to understand what you're looking at, okay? The other thing is why I've got this big blue screen here is before you commit money to the market, you should practice trading. And this is a excuse me, this is a simulator that you can use. It uses our real-time data. I will demonstrate it. Rankings. What do you mean by rankings exactly? Ragu? If you're looking at like analyst rankings and this and that, no, not specifically, no. No, no, we don't have that. No. Now we do have something called, it's not quite the same, the stock composite rating. Okay. So let me find a strong stock. This is not as strong as it used to be, of course. Well, this is Apple. Apple is, of course, an earnings play today. But you see the stock composite rating, it says 71. Okay. So the stock composite rating is a proprietary filter that we've got, which combines technical and fundamental. So typically anything over 80, okay, would be a strong stock that would have strong fundamentals and strong technicals. Technicals meaning probably overall major moving averages. I don't know exactly all the ins and outs. And then strong fundamentals, probably strong earnings per earnings, definitely profitable, things like that. And of course, the lower that number, the weaker it would be from a technical and a fundamental point of view. So it's not like we don't have Zacks ratings. No, not like that. But if you're trying to find stocks that are strong, you can always use this composite rating. Doesn't mean a strong composite rating that you just pile into the trade today and it's going to move higher, of course, but it's probably more geared for swing trading. Okay, Frankie. So again, getting more familiar with the software. Are you a subscriber to Trade Ideas right now? Or I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room? Okay, guys. Now I have been saying about the test drive that you'll have access to the program. Give it about an hour after the market closes on Friday. However, I've been told, and I don't know if this is in batches, that some of you, some of you may have access right now. So what you can do, well, Frank, what you can do is try it. Okay, if you were part of the test drive, see if you can log in and all, and you might be live right now. I can't guarantee it. So, Frankie, this is what I would do. Okay, you could probably, if you can afford $11.11, take the test drive. Okay, I'll give you the link because it's starting basically now, and you'll have 10 trading days with us for $11.11. Okay, that'll give you an idea about what the capabilities of Trade Ideas is or are. You should also, if you again, you click on my homepage link that I put in there. You can go to the getting started section. Okay. So again, test drivers, try the download and install your first startup and login. Okay. You see if you're active right now. But for Frankie and anybody else thinking about taking a look at Trade Ideas, You can run through these very short videos. Okay, introduction to scans, what our top list windows are all about, and what our alert windows are all about. I mean, TradeIt is incredibly flexible. You can create your own scans. You can, or you can take the scans that I've got. But nothing is, I mean, Trade Ideas is a tool. Okay. It doesn't mean just because I get an alert doesn't mean I just take the trade. I have to be able to click on that alert and then whatever I see, do I like it? For instance, six, I don't like it. Why? Because when I look left, I see a high that's too close for my style of trading. So I wouldn't take the trade. If if the next high looking left for six was say up here at 2606, that would become a real candidate for me to trade. As an example, that is my style of trading, though. Now, this is the AI in action. I mean, this you'll have access to this for the test drive. And basically, you can use it like a watch list. You just wait for the alerts to happen. There's nothing for you to do. I know I'm sharing this layout. The only thing that you won't probably get is this Brokerage Plus, the simulator. Okay. And I can show you how to add it, but I am sharing this layout as part of the test drive. Okay, guys. So see what's happening with the SPY. I mean, all these little bottoming tails, the sellers tried to knock it down. Three successive 15-minute candles. Excuse me. The buyers closed it higher. You know, there's this battle all day long. And I don't care what stock you're looking at. Obviously, the stocks are more okay. There's the ATGL, guys. This is an IPO from a couple of days ago, 3 days ago, I guess. It just took out the high here. So there's this battle going on all day long. I don't care what stock you're looking at. Obviously, the more volatile the stock or abnormal the stock, you're going to see more topping tails and bottoming tails. So eventually, one side gives up for a while. Okay, so as we speak, the sellers may be giving up. They say, you know what, you buyers have been we've been trying to move you down. I'm talking about the SPY. We've been trying to move you down, three successive 15-minute candles, but you keep moving us higher. You close us higher. So at some point, the sellers may give up for a while and let the buyers have control. And it's kind of like that for every single stock. Okay, guys. All right, I'm looking again at the PYCR. It is still underneath, it's underneath 18 again. And I'm just looking at it again, maybe for a reshort, and I'll pay a little more attention. Because again, it's not quite an all-time low because it got down to 1760 this morning, but basically an all-time low for PYCR. Well, here's another again, some of these stocks you've just never heard of, and that's why I love earnings season. You get some of these stocks that I call them more obscure, but they have they have their days on earnings, either up or down. So this one, I don't know this one at all. I can read what it's an education stock, PRDO, moving down on earnings now. All right, PYCR still moving a little bit more with the market, pretty choppy. It got back down to 1785. I thought maybe that might do it. All right, put an alert down to 1792 and see if it takes it out later. Again, all-time low. Lemonade, guys. Boy, this now the UDMY, I've seen this UDMY. Does it run too much for me? Ah, look at this. This is an earnings play. Why did I not see this one earlier? Really didn't do much in the pre-market. Look at this stock, UDMY. So you can see right here, UDMY, abnormal option activity at 1260, 1268. So it hasn't moved that much from there. But in the 10-day daily breakout, 1237 at 945, 1237, 1279 now. Again, when a stock makes it into both of those scans, good idea to pay attention. So DraftKings, I know Real's been talking about DraftKings. Next high looking left, a little over 32, a little over 32. Yeah, some stocks you just gotta stay away from. I mean, this PYCR, well, for me anyway, the PYCR, just not, it's just too choppy. Guys, Lemonade. I think Lemonade's at a key area right now, LMND. I believe it's at a high on the daily chart. I think there's going to be maybe a red line, right? LMND. No, so it's broken through that daily high. And the next high, wow, next high on the weekly chart, not saying it's getting there, of course, is 2341. Oh no, I forgot to keep watching DOCN. DOCN, this was that red bar ignored right there. And you could have had an alert right just underneath 25, starting to move down now. Now, PJ, that is a groaner. And for you kids out there, you'll have no idea what he's talking about. Zero idea. Yeah, but you're not a kid, William. You don't count. You should know the reference. Okay, guys, I'm kind of watching this DOCN now to see what it does around this 2450 mark. This has just been weakening, and if the market is starts to weaken a little bit, I think this will drag this down more. DOCN. What a fast morning. 11:10 already. So anybody who signed up for the test drive, did you try to log in yet? Okay, well, the buyers were in control for a while. Again, we're in a little bit of a chop now, guys. A little bit of a chop on the market. Okay, good, good. So anybody who signed up for the test drive, it appears that you have access. Okay, now, not sure why they did that. And so it's basically giving you a bonus day. So that's 11 days of trade ideas instead of 10. Yeah, so Ragu, it appears that it is. So just log in, get and it appears that it is lemonade, guys. Lemonade, lemonade, lemonade. LMND. No, I don't mind for no. The only indicators I've got the 200-day moving average on the 10-minute chart, on the 10-minute chart, the daily chart. That is a 200-day moving average, probably the most popular indicator out there. And this is sort of an homage to Steve Gomez, who will be in the YouTube room in about what time is it now? 11:13, about 45 minutes. I think he's going to be in our YouTube room today. He really likes the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, but that's what that is. I don't really, and that's where it is also on the SPY chart. Okay, so that's what it is. So that's the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, and that's the 200-day moving average. Again, this is a I'm not a big indicator guy, as you can see on my charts. I don't load them up, but this is certainly the most popular one, I think, out there. People are usually, if you're into trading, you're usually very aware of where the 200-day moving average is on the daily chart, on the 200-day moving average. All right, just keeping an eye on this spy, guys. Yeah, we're a little bit chopped. I mean, listen, we got really spoiled yesterday. Okay, because that spy was not choppy at all. That was straight up most of the day. Okay, guys, this lemonade is even for me as a non-swing trader, this is a really interesting one. Why don't we do this? Just show you how this works, how you can use the simulator. Let's take some of the lemonade. Okay. I'll take a couple hundred shares, click the buy button and send it. This is in the simulator. So there I am. 808, 809 entry. And if I leave this in here, I don't get out of this at the end of the day. This is how I can practice swing trading. Okay. Just wanted to show you how you can take it. It's very simple to do. And I can't emphasize enough to practice trading before you commit money to the market. It uses our real-time data. You don't need a broker. And I say that because sometimes, some of you may not finalize who your broker is going to be. And so, but you do want to practice trading. So all you need for this now, of course, this is part of the test drive, but going forward, all you need is our standard service in order to practice trading. Again, it uses our real-time data. And just a word, you Trade Ideas is a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. Now we do have a what we call an external linking tool that we can link with many brokerages. Linking meaning that when I click on a symbol, it'll load into your order entry into your broker's platform. Okay, that's what linking means. Now, there is a way, if you want to trade from within Trade Ideas using this window. If you have an E-Trade account or an Interactive Brokers account, and I guess now Alpaca, you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay. Now, if you're sitting there with another brokerage package other than Interactive Brokers or E-Trade or Alpaca, and you're thinking, well, do you link with Fidelity or do you? Now, linking again, there's a difference between linking, okay, and then using this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas, even if we don't so-called link. It just means what linking does, really, it's just a time saver. Okay, so instead of my having to type this symbol in, if I want to take a look at DKNG in my brokerage platform, instead of having to type it in, I can just create this link and it'll just immediately appear in my order entry. And, for somebody like myself who is cooking on many symbols all day long, it'd be a bit of a pain if I saw something and then I had to type it in. But if you're not typing in, if you're not clicking on a lot of symbols all day long, it's not that big a deal to have to type in the symbol. TNON. Okay, now I don't think we have any data on it. Now, Todd, yeah, we don't have any data on the float. So all I can do is go to another website, and you should keep this website somewhere, okay? And it's all I'm doing. So this, I'll give you. This is the what I use when we don't have any float information. This is what I use. This website, the dilution tracker, and it's telling me that the float is 1.5 million. Okay. And look at Roku, guys. Look at Roku. Great second day continuation of earnings. Tremendous. I mean, look at the move it had. You have to understand that, I mean, with 123 million in the float, that was a tremendous percentage move. I don't know what it ended up at, 40% or whatever, but that is a huge move with that float. And again, if you don't understand what I'm talking about when I talk about the float is the available number of shares that can be traded on a daily basis. So I always like to talk about Apple to start off with. So when you see the float of Apple, 15 billion shares, that means, first of all, how you get the float is you take the number of shares that are outstanding, then you start subtracting what all the C-suiters, the CEO, the COO, CFO, what they all own, big mutual funds, what they all own, because those shares cannot be traded on a daily basis. So you take the total number of shares outstanding, you subtract all those shares that can't be traded on a daily basis, that gets you the float. Now, 15 billion is a huge number. That's why I typically don't like to trade high floats because they're not going to move that much. Apple had earnings, it's down 1.5%. Okay. Doesn't mean, you shouldn't trade Apple if that's what you want to do. But it's just not interesting enough to me because they don't have big moves because of that float. So the next question a lot of people say, well, what do you consider a low float? Now, this is what I mean. I mean, 10% move on a 426 million in the float, that's a big, big move. Roku to move yesterday to move what it did with 100 million in the float, that's a huge move for it on earnings. Okay. Excuse me. So that's why you see some of these things that can move, 40, 50, 60, 100% in the day because of the float. So Tenon, that was an example. TNON, okay? TNON. Now remember, at one point, I mean, it's up 43%. And we figured out that the float was, what did I say, 1.5 million or so. It is, look at how much it's traded, 29 million shares. So it is what we call turn the float over many, many times. You would divide that float into that number 29, and that'll tell you how many, on a ratio basis, how many times it's traded the float over. DraftKings, nice call by Real. DKNG. So again, think of the float like this. So the lower that number, and 1.2 million, 1.5 million, that is very, very low. Let me see if I can. So what that means is, for whatever reason, if there is demand for the stock, for whatever reason, I mean, I think it had a little press release this morning. And so so that created the demand. So just think of it like this. It's like any other commodity on earth. If you've got low supply, which is the float, low number, and high demand, what happens to that commodity? Goes up in price. It's that simple. Now, the problem is once the demand dries up, once that volume, look what happened. The volume dried up. I mean, it's still up 44%, but look what happened once that volume dried up, went from 180 down to a dollar almost because the volume just dried up. No more demand. Now, if the demand comes back, and you can tell by looking at the volume bars, if the demand comes back, then you might see another big pop in it. Okay. And so what I consider a low float personally is, anything under 20 million shares. And so the lower that number, the more volatile, the more, the bigger moves you can get. But again, with bigger moves comes bigger risk. Okay, guys, it is now 11:26. I just want to confirm it will be Steve. He is, I don't know if he's back. Oh, I see he's making some posts, so I just want to make sure he's going to be back in the trading, not the trading room, but the YouTube room. He was in Cabo for the week. I'm just going to confirm, and so he'll be in our YouTube room. If it is him, he'll be in the YouTube room in about half an hour while I take my break. And I also want to post this link. So if you're part of this test drive, just give me a moment. Okay, good. We do have a contest, so please read the details about the contest. Okay, I don't know anything more than is on the link that is in the link that I'm going to give you. So if I click on that test drive contest link, so again, $1,100 gift card for the most active test driver. Just read through it, okay? So I guess this is just open to the test drivers. Well, this DKNG still has a little bit of room left before it hits that next high in the daily chart, and it's an earnings play. Okay, guys, look at the market. Again, the market, the buyers look like they're still in control. All these bottoming tails, the sellers have been trying, but there's not. I mean, there was one big topping tail there, but because remember, the topping tail is just the reverse. Buyers keep getting it up to a certain price, sellers knocking it down. So if you see a series of topping tails, eventually the buyers will give up, because the sellers keep knocking it down. They'll say, look, you guys can have it for a while. So if you're looking for my layout that you see here, except for this, I don't think this copies. I can give you a link to my layout if you're in the test drive, or even if you're just a subscriber. I think this is going to work. Let me know if that worked. Okay, you should see everything here except maybe I don't think the brokerage plus comes in, and so all you have to do is just click on new and then brokerage plus, and then this window will load. Now, make it a little jumbled. I just don't know what you're going to see exactly. You should see all of this though. These now, of course, you can change your time frame. This is just the time frame I like. Some say, well, I want to have a 5 minute chart. I don't care about daily and weekly. Maybe you want a 5 minute, a 15, and whatever is up to you. If you don't want to have the spy chart up and running, that's up to you. Now, remember, if I should point this out. If you've got a layout already on your screen, okay, that maybe you've created, before you click on my layout, make sure you save your layout to the cloud, okay? Because your layout will disappear. You should mention that right off the bat, okay? You can only have one, without getting too involved, you can get into the dock channel bar and all that, but if you have like a typical layout that is free floating, like windows like this, make sure you save your layout to the cloud first before you load my layout. And remember, you can ask me questions all day long. Okay, Howell. I see Howell did show up on my 10-day daily breakout at 11:11. What has it done from there? Now, a word about this. Why I have this is called what I have here on my screen is DR, standing for don't repeat. If you go to my home page and you go to the scan section, it'll actually say don't repeat. So why do I like to do that? Well, what I can do is this basically tells me, so AGL at 9:37 Eastern time, the first alert was at 1391. I don't have to look. I know it went down a lot further than that. This is the repeating version of it. Okay. You can see every time AGL made a new low. So I guess the low of the day was at 1214 from 1391. So now if I didn't want to look at this, I could just click on AGL right here, and you will see there'll be an arrow. Now, this is got nothing to do with this blue arrow is always going to be up. It's just telling you the candle in which the alert happened, depending on the time frame you're looking at. I'm looking at a 15-minute chart. If I change this to a 5-minute chart, you'll see the blue arrow will be, it's hard to see because it's in the G, but there's the 5-minute candle in which the alert happened. So I can look at this and go, okay, what happened on that alert? Well, I can see very visually how well it worked. Okay, not a great bounce. Okay, so that's why I like to have the don't repeat, because I can go back in time and say, well, what happened from that alert? Sometimes though, I may have not seen an alert, And maybe I say, oh, has it moved from there? So this is the same thing. So here's the howl as an example. Got the alert at 293. Didn't really move too much, but who knows? Maybe later on in the day it will. So I'll put a price alert up in this area and see if later on in the day it moves through that. I don't think there's anybody who is going to really know unless you go to their website and maybe they'll say tell you when it's going to open. So again, guys, there's DraftKings right there at 30. Now, if you're a little more less conservative than I am, I don't like taking these trades right off the bat, but there's DraftKings at 930 in the 10-day daily breakout, 30.76. Obviously, an awesome move from there. And also, it showed up a little bit later, but still a good move, 31.72 in the option activity scanner at 11.05. Still a really good move, 32.35. And who knows where it's going, because there is maybe some resistance around 32.60. And I'm just saying that because that's the next high looking left. It could explode through that. In which case, the next high would be 33.23, a dollar from now. Well, guys, if you're trend line drawers, you can see, look at the SPY, you could draw a trend line and that, we're still very, very in a very solid bullish position today, right now. Yeah, so coffee, I think I've already done this, but this is what you can do. If you want to make sure you know when trade ID when LXEO is going to start trading, just type LXEO into our charts. Obviously it's not trading yet, and just create a price alert. Just right click and create a price alert and put like $1. We know it's going to when it opens. We know it's going to open over a dollar, and then what'll happen is and save it. You can put if you want to put some notes in, you can, and then what'll happen. Okay, so it will not be. Okay, it will not be Steve. It will be Andy again in our YouTube room. Okay, so I think yeah. So Steve is probably all caboed out. So my guess is that Steve will do it on Thursday and Friday next week. So it'll be Andy again in our YouTube room. He was in yesterday, and that's in about 20 minutes. Okay, now let me just show you my price alerts because I think I already did that. There we go. Yeah. So I already created a price alert, and I know that they're going to issue 9 million shares, and between 13 and 15 is the IPO price. JP Morgan is a big underwriter behind it. So that's the only time I put notes in a price alert. I already did that a couple of days ago. Okay. So that's what you can do. So are you serious? It's going to be less than the 13 to 15. Okay. So this is not going to be a well received IPO then, because originally that was supposed to be between 13 to 15 with 9 million shares issued. But anyway, we'll see. So instead of trying to guess when it's going to open, just do what I did and create a price alert at a dollar. And when it starts to trade, minimize your price alert window. And then when it starts to trade, it'll pop up on your screen. Okay. Question is, I don't know, question in our YouTube room, does XBI and KRE make up for a little less than 20% of IWM? I have no idea. Any idea? I guess if you do a Google search or something, you might be able to find that, but I don't know. Well, guys, listen, the moment of truth is coming for DraftKings, really. Will it take out that 66? If it does, I mean, it's still got room. Ah, look at DV now. DV could be interesting. DV is not an earnings play, it has earnings on the 9th. Double verify holdings, okay? Double verify holdings. And the next high looking left is around 30. If it can get through this right there, 29.22. So just stick an alert there, put a price alert. This is how easy it is to put a price alert, okay? You can just go to your chart, and if you can eyeball it, see how my pointer, there's a dotted line that's following it along. So I just, if I can eyeball it well enough where I want it, I just right click, then create the price alert. If that's where I want it, the 29.24, then I just say I save it. Of course, I could have changed the price, but I think I eyeballed it well enough. 29.22, okay. Is there a way of looking at the components list of, say, XBI within TI? I'm not sure. Let me see if, first of all, if we even have, I know in our doc channel bar, we've got, I know, I think Chris has got a list of these, but let me just see. Is it ETFs? Somehow I don't think so. I don't think so, Espen. This is not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for Chris. Are you, if you're still in the room? I know you have a list of. I thought there was a whole list of all lots and lots of different. But I don't think so. I don't think you're going to be able to find what 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 comprises XBI. You know, for the major ETFs, yes. You know, if I go to my if I go to the sector status, you know, this is XLE, so I can see them here, but I don't think we don't have XBI in here. All right, this PCT is showing up here. It's a cheap one though. Now, again, the color coordination, I should show you, I should explain this. There are there's two scans in here. One is moving higher with unusually strong options, okay? And that's color coded in a light blue. And the other one is moving lower with unusually strong options. And that is color coded in brown. So when you see something in brown, that's a suggestion to short. You see something in light blue, a suggestion to go long, okay? Remember what the program is called, Trade Ideas. That's why it's very important that when you click on an alert, you get a feeling for, first of all, does it meet your trading plan? And what are you seeing on a chart? PCT right now, I mean, it's a lifetime low. I mean, there's nothing, and this has earnings on the 7th coming up. DraftKings continues to make new highs. Great call by Real on this one. You can just see if it pops through that, look out. I mean, there's 32.65. Okay, guys, DV now. So DV's got some room. DV's got some room to 30. Now, not an earnings play. I wish it were an earnings play. DraftKings, my goodness, DraftKings. I mean, it's getting so close now. The reason I say I wish DV were an earnings play, I mean, you can say that DraftKings is an earnings play. That's why it is super active. Now, DV is active, but there's no specific reason that I can see that has earnings coming up. Well, again, moment of truth. Look at this. Let's see if this stalls it at all. 32.65. That red line is the next high looking left on the daily chart for DraftKings DKNG. Let's see if that has any effect at all. It's only one day. And also keep an eye on the volume. Good idea to keep an eye. You see how the volume has been, I mean, the opening 15-minute candle, typically with any stock, is going to be the big one, when a stock opens. But look at the volume, guys. I mean, the volume has gone down a little bit, but the volume has been very, very, very steady. And this candle we're about 3 minutes into this candle here. So you might, I mean, unless the volume is, keeps into this level, you might see a little downturn. But you can see how steady the volume has been since 10 o'clock. An hour and a half of very steady, strong volume for DraftKings. I mean, it's right there, guys. It's right there. Now look what happened. You see how that magically that line moved? That's now the next high looking left on the daily. 33.23. But, just keep an eye on that volume. and the market certainly won't hurt it. The market is moving higher. Boy, keep an eye excuse me, this lemonade, guys, I may take this for real. Um, I don't mean in real as account, but for me, real. And look at this market. Oh, why not? Put an alert at the high of the day. Okay, guys, 11:51. So I'm going to put the YouTube link in the main room. And he's not there quite yet, but he'll be there in less than 10 minutes, I assume. And so you can head over and listen to Andy doing double duty this week. He was in there yesterday. And again, I think it's a good idea to head over. You have a different perspective. Andy has a completely different perspective from me on trading. He's more of a swing trader, and he's probably getting a little warming up to the idea of swing trading. He's also a real bottom fisher. He looks for these beaten up stocks. And not so much for intraday trading them, but finding a beaten up stock and look at this market. Well, whatever the CEO is saying for DraftKings, he's saying all the right things so far. Hasn't there's not been a misstep. And look at the volume, guys. I mean, so this could easily still be about the same. We still have 8 minutes for this to close, or 7 minutes and 15 seconds. And again, it's just you'll say, well, how do you get those numbers? Well, just look at your computer clock. This is a 15-minute chart. So it's 11:53 now. I can do some pretty quick math and say 7 minutes to close. So you can see that Fox F it turned around. So you could have shorted this, and then at the very bottom here, or this area right here around the 50th mark, you could have said, you know what, I think this could have a bit of a run. Put your stop just underneath 50, and so you could have traded this both ways. And I missed AGL both ways. Well, I got a little bit on the downside, of course, but not as much as I should have. And then, yeah, look at this pop. I mean, no, I don't think it's going to go positive, but so again, it appears that you actually, if you're part of the test drive, you can actually load the program now. So if you're listening to me, you can load the program now, and I would encourage you to take a look. Take a look at my home page. Take a look at my homepage link and click on that Get Started, okay? That's your downloaded install, first startup and login. Um, I wouldn't look at dock layout. It's sort of an advanced feature. I don't think most of our customers do it. Of course, you can look at it, but concentrate on the important introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows, okay? And again, I am sharing my layout. Just have to ask me for it if you want it. You know what I might have forgotten to do, guys, on my shared layout? Yeah, I think I may have forgotten to take the sound alert off, the AI. So if you are hearing, oops, where are we here? So if you're hearing hallelujah, that is from the AI. Okay, if you took my layout, that is from the AI. Yeah, you can backtest and you can use the AI. Yeah, the test drive is active now, Trader Tim. Yes. So you can backtest and you can use the AI. Yep. Or you have access to the AI. Yes. It's not an indicator. So it'll look something like when you click on an alert. Okay. When you click on an alert, this red line should appear to show you the next high on the daily chart. Now it's showing you on the weekly chart. The reason why you don't see it on the daily chart is because it's up here. Okay. But this red line, it's nothing you have to do. It just should automatically appear. Okay. If I click on Carvana, let's take a look. If I click on the alert for Carvana. Okay, now the reason why you're not seeing it, so it has to be a new high of the day, okay? When you click on, when a stock makes a new high for the day, that's when you get that red line. Because what it's doing, it's saying, okay, well, you're at today's high. When is the next high on the daily chart? So it's not so much, if I just, so hopefully this is going to work. GHRS just made a new high. And I don't know why it didn't appear. So yeah, sometimes it appears, sometimes it doesn't. I don't know why it doesn't appear all the time. Chris, to me, that should have been a red line right up here. Okay, guys, 11:58. So I'm going to put my announcement in. I'm anticipating that Andy will be here anytime now. So on a break. Here he is. Just give me a moment, Andy, as I get this typed in. Back around 1 p.m. ET, guys. Okay, so Andy is in our YouTube room right now, guys. So I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. Give me a moment. Here we go. Andy.
Hey, Barry. How are you, buddy?
Another great day.
Oh, yeah. I'm
I
not
told
sure how
everybody that you are probably now getting way back into swing trading.
Oh, yeah. It's been a nice few days for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now, that being said, I did take a lot of profits this morning as the SPY nestled up against their 50-day moving average, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it got through though. We'll see what happens.
Well, to me, the impressive part of this, Andy, is that you see the SPY can I'm talking about a 15-minute chart now.
Uh-huh.
So the SPY at the 10 o'clock, the 15, the 10:15, the 10:30, and even the 10:45. Look at all those bottoming tails. I mean, the
Yes.
sellers were really trying to knock it down,
Uh-huh.
but the buyers
I
were
see that.
just resolute, and they said nope. And look what they've done.
Yeah.
It's almost at the high of the day.
Yeah. I
So
know.
that to me was as impressive as anything, because you would have
Sure.
thought, okay, after yesterday and even early this morning, okay, when is the profit taking gonna start? But boy, this SPY is
Yeah.
strong. This market is strong.
It is strong. It is strong. And it's I tell you, it's a tough market to chase, especially when you look at something like ARK, I mean, look at that 2-day move in ARK, man.
Mhm.
That's
Oh
just
yeah.
crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I know. You'll be looking at SARK pretty soon to see
That's
if you
true.
should be
Yeah, yeah,
shorting
there
it.
you go. There you go. But as a swing trader, yeah, I've watched a lot of these stocks like GoDaddy just keep going, but over the last 3 months, chasing these earnings play was not the thing to do. But some of them you could have done that for sure lately.
Well, look at
Hmm.
Roku yesterday and at
Yeah,
DraftKings
there you
today.
go.
DraftKings
Yeah,
today is just been a star.
yeah. You know what? I was really upset myself. In pre-market, that thing came down to about 29.65, or I'm like, oh man, I'll buy it, and I'm like, better not.
So
But
tell me, you've bartered with Steve, so that means that Steve will take Thursday and Friday next week, right?
no, no, Steve is going to
No,
do
that
it.
doesn't mean
I
okay.
have the responsibility of doing 2 videos for our test drive, and Steve's gonna knock one off for me while I do this. So,
Ah,
yeah, he
nice.
likes
Okay.
doing those videos, and I like coming in here and chatting with people, so
You're like yakking. You
that's
like
right, man.
yakking.
That's right.
Okay, Andy, I'll
Alright,
let you
take your
go
break,
then.
buddy. Alright, man.
Yeah, I'll take my break
Bye-bye.
now. Thanks. Bye.
Hello, everybody. Happy Friday. Welcome to the support webinar. If you have any questions, guys, just fire away regarding the software. We probably have some test drivers in here because it is they do have access to the software now. And if you're in here and you don't know that, typically we wait till after the close. But from what I understand, you already have access, so that's kind of cool. Hey, Perfect Circle. Deja vu, yes, deja vu all over again. I don't think I've ever done these back-to-back days, but here I am. So once again, if you have any questions about the software, of course, you will be getting a lot of videos and help documents with your. Uh, be sure to look at your confirmation email for your test drive, and there'll be a lot of stuff in there. No, the only retired Fido, there it's not yet. Okay, the only way to do that is if you're using, um, oh gosh, What's the software we recommend for Mac users? I'm trying to think what it is. Can't think of it right now. It's we're not far away. Okay, because we do have our new interface for the web interface, which is coming along really good, but few months away still for you guys to just come on and upload a browser and be able to get everything on there. Of course, things will trickle in. You won't have probably Brokerage Plus, this little feature right here for a while, but as far as everything else goes, the races and all that, you'll be able to have that. Yeah, I know a lot of people are looking forward to it, and this but we were behind the curve on that, but we were putting so much into our uh, desktop app and all the features we've been adding over the years that it's time though. It's time we do it in a web version. There you go. Perfect Circle says he does That's what it was. Parallels. I could not. I don't know why that wasn't coming to me. A lot of people. A lot of people. I've done remote sessions and one-on-ones with people that have used it, and yeah, and I've never seen them have an issue with it. So it does work, but I know a lot of Mac users don't like stuff on their Mac. So, and I understand that too. Well, Michael used the AWS. You just basically a remote Microsoft Windows through Amazon, and you basically just pull up, log in, and it's just like you're on a Windows browser. That works good too. I've used that with Michael. But I know that's extra cost, so we are working to make everybody happy. Yeah, cool. Pull it up from anywhere. That's nice. Let's see. Donkey Kong is right poking. Let's take a look. I send them money quite frequently. Yes, I think yes. The races are available on the micro market scope, and I'm hoping Steve or somebody's in here. If I get to Lion, they can set me straight. But yeah, I think if you log in and you pay uh, the fee for the data fee, so you should be able to get the races on there. But gosh, I hope I got that right. Trader Tim, I use standard version. If I want to do a test drive for back test and AI, do I download premium or do I? No, that's the same download. You automatically get access. If you sign up for the test drive for $11, you will get automatically turned on to premium so you won't have to do anything, Trader Tim. You'll just have access. It's the same download. Well, I wish I would have been in more earnings plays like I was in PLTR, but that's just too risky. But boy, there's been some good ones. I just don't like to chase stocks because I know if the market turns, these things will turn and get nasty too. So I'm fine playing my setups and looking for stocks that may just be taking off and not already up, you know, 10% on the day. Patrick, TME, JKS had yeah, TME. I it's funny. Uh, was kind of hoping for a bigger move than this. I did scalp out some this morning, pretty close to highs, and then it came back, and then I bought back in some more at 47.43. I'm hoping it holds this fast line. JKS, yeah, it's a definitely a. I mean, solar that's trying. Of course, it's giving a little bit back now, but definitely had a nice bounce off the bottom. I'm hoping that's what DQ did. I mentioned DQ yesterday that I was, bought that. I was liking this potential bottoming pattern it was setting up. And why is my chart slow? So I haven't sold any yet, but I was really liking the after earnings how I did not go anywhere near lows, and it's been holding these upward sloping green, and now it's above the 20. So this is one that I'm hoping to hold on for a while. I mean, that's the thing about playing bottoms. If you're going to play a bottoms, you got to make sure you hold on. I mean, if you're just going to buy it and scalp it real quick, you might as well play a strong chart. But if you're doing something like a bottom fishing thing like this, you need to let some ride for you, at least 25% of it. Yeah, K-Web. I'm in K-Web, and I scalped out a half of that this morning at the 50 period, but it looks like it may want to go to highs. I scalped out a half of my LI at the 50 period. You can see the 50 period. So keep in half to see if it can go through. Uh, of course, PLTR. I don't know how. I must. I still have double that. It's for some reason it. I don't know what happened. But uh, INOQ still looking good. This one may have some more to go. Of course, it's got earnings next week, so it's probably gonna hang out for that. Starbucks. Yeah, I saw Starbucks coming through my extreme volume high low pro. And of course, I'm still stuck in this thing. I told Steve that today is probably my last day for this thing, man. I've been in it for 8 days now. 8 days. It's been just going up to the $4 level and stopping. All I know is the day I give up on it, the next day it's gonna explode. Is there an EMA indicate cloud indicator? No, we don't have filters is what you're talking about. We only have SMA filters, not the EMA. Now we do have, I think, some EMA stuff in the Market Explorer that Michael did. It's a different technology that we use for that. But let me see. I'm not sure which one it'd be under here. I may be lying too. Yeah, you can look through that, but no, for the most part, we use SMAs. What is the difference, Tom? Let's see, asked, what is the difference in TI between relative volume and volume today? Good question. Volume today is, see if I have something with it on. Trying to think. Well, let's just go to the help section. That's the best way to do it. Okay, so we're going to look at volume today. Volume today percentage. Go to the help section. Just click on that help button. The volume day percentage offers an instantaneous snapshot of the stock's volume for the current day expressed as a percentage. Here's the key of its typical full day trading volume. So, in other words, let's say a stock normally does a million shares a day. Okay, at any time, it doesn't matter in the day if it does 500,000. It's going to show you a volume today percentage of 50. Okay, that would be 50% of what it normally does for the entire day. Okay, so that's the key. Okay, it's expressed as a percentage of the full day trading volume. Hope that makes sense. So once again, a stock does normally 2 million shares a day, and then all of a sudden you see first couple of hours of the day it's doing 4 million. Okay, that would be expressed as 200. Okay, it would be 100% is normal. Okay, so if it's doing 100% of its normal volume today, that would be its average. Okay, so if it's doing twice as much as that, that would be expressed as a 200%. Now, relative volume is a little bit different, and I think probably the best thing to do is just bring up a because it's hard. It's really hard for me to explain. Let me just bring up relative volume. Compares the current trading volume in a stock to the trading volume over a specific reference period. See, you see the difference there? The volume today expresses it uh, compared to the full volume of any given day or average volume. Whereas relative volume is specific reference period. And let me explain it this way. Let's say a stock normally by after 2 hours of trading does 200,000 normally. Okay, but today it's doing after 2 hours of trading, it's doing 400,000. Okay, so it's doing twice as much. So it's a ratio. It would be expressed as two, right? So volume today is going to be a percentage, relative volume is going to be a ratio. Okay. But it's basically the same thing, but it's just expressed in a ratio, relative volume. So does that make sense to you, Tom? So it's basically expressing it relative volume at the given time. Okay, perfect. Great. Relative volume is by far much. I don't even hardly look at volume to day percentage. I mean, it's nice to see if you look at seeing something that you're really interested in. You see it's doing like 5 times normal, volume. But I like the relative volume. Uh, you're going to find that in a lot of my, almost all of my scans. Get a drink of coffee here. Bought this ABVZ yesterday, but man, it just can't get anything going. I thought it would get in motion, but can't do anything. Hi, Jeff. Can I limit a scan to just biotech stocks? Yeah, you can. Now you can create your own uh, symbol list. Okay, so in other words, if you want to go to Google and do like a certain biotech sector, whether it's small caps, big or large caps, um, that's what I find. I like to trade certain stocks. Like I have a China watcher, and I got China stocks. So all you got to do is come in here and go to Tools, Symbol List, okay, and you can create new list, okay, and you can call it Bios. I think I already have one named Bios. Let's do Biotech Stocks, and just click OK. All right, so you created that list. Now you got to go in here and add, and where to go? Biotech stocks. It'll say empty. Okay, so you click on that and you push edit list. Okay, you know how to do that. Yeah, and now we do have some custom. Let me delete this. I already got one of these. What do you want? If that's the only way you're going to be able to limit a scan is by creating a symbol list. Otherwise, any stock out there is going to only uh, that meets your parameters in your scan. It's going to appear. Okay. Yeah. The only way to specify what stocks you want is going to have to be is going to be to create a list, a symbol list. What are you trying to do, Jeff? Maybe I can help you. Um, well, I kind of see what you're trying to do, but uh, is there something I'm missing? RRX bouncer. Yeah, that's a tough one for me. The day after earnings. I mean, obviously it could, but you just got to be careful. I noticed Barry had a alert go off in Goose, today, and you get this kind of action. I mean, it looked like it took out yesterday's high, got slammed down. You'll get a lot of this kind of action on those, when it's that close to earnings. I'd rather it set up over a few weeks to see. That doesn't mean it can't reverse, but uh, for me, yeah, that's kind of a risky. It's okay for a day trade. If you're wrong, get out quick. Okay, Jeff, I see what you're saying. What you might do is try this. I don't know how outdated. I don't know if you're going to have some new names in there, but if you go to a scan, let's try that again. Go here and just pull up a scan real quick, an alert window. So what you might want to do is try this. And like I said, this list may have been in there for a while, so I don't know how outdated it is. But if you go to symbol list and you go to add existing list, and I think we have some biotechs. I just don't know where I'm going to find them. Sectors. Let me pull up. Looks like we cleaned this out a little bit from what it used to be. Because I know we used to have some biotechs in here. See if I got it over here somewhere. Huh. Y'all let me know if I'm missing it because I'm not seeing it. Uh, yeah, Jeff, you can take a look through there. I thought, let's see, maybe under healthcare. No. Yeah, you can take a look in here, Jeff. Otherwise, you're probably just going to have to go to Google and maybe create one. Yeah, because I know we used to have one. Looks like we may have it was outdated and they cleaned it out. But
Andy?
yep, do you know Barry?
Well, yeah, if you don't mind me interjecting just a little bit, this is
Okay,
maybe a bit of a hack. So let me take over the screen, okay?
sure.
And this is for you, Jeff. Okay, so this is what I did. I typed in Moderna, okay? I typed in Moderna and then I went to mRNA competitors. This is biological product, okay, whatever you want to call this, but you can do it with probably Pfizer. And then what I did was, this is now I can pop this out, pop it out, and now I've got a top list of these stocks, okay, that are, in theory, biological product. You can see most of these are all bios, okay? Does that make sense? So all I did was I went to mRNA competitors. I right clicked, I popped it out. Now here's a top list. Now that is a top list, you can configure it, maybe to a price range that you want or put whatever filters you want. You could also turn it into an alert window. Okay. But the bottom line is now that you have this list of stocks. Now, the other thing, what I tried to do before was I typed in Pfizer, just to see, because that obviously big bio, pharmaceutical. And here we go. Okay. So here are PFE competitors. You can pop the list out. So now you've got a couple. Here's pharmaceutical preparation, biological product. Okay. Does that all make sense, Jeff? And then you can take them and do whatever you want with them. In other words, create whatever filters you want, a price range, minimum volume, things like that. Make sense? Okay, good. Okay,
Yep.
back to you, Andy.
Thank you, Barry. Now that is going to be a limited list. Obviously, there's a lot more biotech stocks than that, but that's definitely a good way to get started.
If I
And
put my record count, this you could up your record count in
that's
theory.
true.
Okay, I put a 35. So
Okay,
you could up the record count
there you
to, I
go.
don't know, 100, 200, whatever you
Hmm.
want. Okay, back to you now.
Thank you, Barry. Appreciate it.
Okay, no
Yeah.
problem.
Did you stop sharing, Barry? Uh, well, hopefully you guys can see my screen.
Just have to take over, don't you?
Oh, do I have to take back over?
I think so.
Well, it says I'm sharing. Stop sharing. Well, let's try this again then. Now I think I just stopped sharing. Hold on.
Hmm. But how do you take over from me when I'm sharing and then you take over? There you go.
Okay, I had to like
There you go.
go through the process again.
Oh,
All
I
right.
see. Okay. Okay.
Thanks, Barry.
Okay.
Yeah, and also Jeff, you could if you just list a biotech stocks, you can just list that too, and you'll find some in here with some nice long lists that you can copy and paste into your own symbol list as well. So uh, Barry's way is obviously easier, but nonetheless that'll work. All right, hey Mike C, how are you, buddy? Just make sure I didn't miss anything. All right, looks like we're all caught up. As the spies go back to highs, and boy, you gotta, you know, next level is congestion right around this level right there. But impressive, very impressive. Hey, Jailfish, how are you? All right. GoDaddy's continuing to soar to highs. Nuclear jellyfish. Ah, okay. Gotcha. Or Nigel. All right. You know what? You're gonna do that little thing again, aren't you? This thing is just Trader Tim, no, I don't. I mean, I will if it's a momentum stock. If I'm like trading a momentum stock, I like to use pre-market, not post-market, but I like to use pre-market. Sometimes the moving average will come in play if I'm, on a momentum trade. But for swing trading, no. Now I'll obviously put it on pre-market in the pre-market hours just to see, where stocks are trading, where they've gone, where they've been, where they may be going. But once the market opens, I just like the non pre and post market data. Hi, Christine. Let's see. Did some bottom fishing with Bill. Yeah, I think I saw Bill coming through. Oh wow. Yeah, you definitely caught a bottom fish there. I have different styles. I mean, for the most part, I look for setups. I talk about that like nice setups today in my video. I highlighted NU. Okay, I love the way this NU was setting up on the daily here. Definitely some relative strength in this, in the market, and it broke through that level. Now, unfortunately, it did it in the early going. I'm over here managing positions and things like that, so I kind of missed this one. I didn't miss time. This was on my list today in my video. Once again, nice setup there. So yeah, just so you guys know, I'm not always I don't only do bottom fishing. I will, but I look first and foremost. I look for these nice setups. UUU was on there, but I noticed I didn't want to play that one because it's kind of wacky. But they have earnings after the bell today, so I'm going like, yeah, that's it was a nice setup. I highlighted it yesterday. Looked like it may get going, but no, I didn't touch that one. Uh, let's just bring it up and see if there's anything happening in nice setup right now, because you could definitely use this during midday. Let me put it on real time, live during market. Okay, it's there. Okay, so let's take a look at some of these. Here, that's too messy. You got too big of a range there. TRGP is one that is pulled back, and it just meets all my parameters, as this could potentially be a buy right here. Gosh, I'm gonna sell some of this. I'm just done with this thing. What a mess. Look at that. Doesn't even print from 90, just goes and prints a 91. Tired of it. This is an oil and gas play. I don't really like playing a whole lot of oil and gas. You get those overnight moves. Another PBR. You can see a lot of these, but that's still, you can see the wedge there kind of performing. Still a nice setup. GDHG just popped in here. EDU. There you go. It's a nice setup if it breaks, through this 3-day high there. Estion has potential back above its moving averages. So I'd like to get things that are setting up and not chase highs. Now, if we get into a raging bull market again, that's a little bit different. Like I've said, when I first came in here, up until the last couple of days, buying these earnings gaps that are gapping up, you got killed. I mean, people were selling into them. Well, notice the last couple of days, there's a lot of chasing these stocks. So we'll see what happens in the coming days ahead. But you know, uh, when you have that bearish tape, like we've seen in the SPY coming into the last 5 days, it was ugly, and this was not a market to chase in. You could sit back and get your price. But so I use this one. I use one's called, and I've shared them in here pretty much every time. Sweetness is a good one as well. Very similar. DVAX, it's based upon the daily setup, so you'd almost have to look at this as kind of ignoring that bar right there. But let's take a look at pump real quick. Yeah, that one has potential, but yeah, that's just these oil and gas plays. I just stay away from them. Now, when I do my bottom fishing, like I explained yesterday, I'm looking for certain patterns, like I mentioned in this DQ. This was setting up. I love the way that was setting up for a potential, bottom uh, in that DQ. So trying to think any other stocks that. Now, really, I mean, I'm probably not looking. Probably not. Obviously, not probably looking to enter more new positions today. It's just too overextended right here. We could see some action like we've seen over here after these 4 days in a row where you kind of go sideways and kind of sloppy. And we definitely could see a pullback. Theoretically, even though we're above the 50, we haven't made a higher high yet. Okay, so what I mean by that is not theoretically, actually, I should say. Uh, You got this, you got that, you got that, and now we got this. Okay, so we could peter out here, pull back, and still not take out, and that could be the high, and we could still have a lower high in the grand scheme of things. Now, I'm not projecting that. It's just I don't want to be the one to be, chasing after, this many up bars in a row. Now, that doesn't mean if I see something, setting up well, I won't take it, but this is where I'm looking more to take a little profits here and there. Or, that's just why I, bought a lot of China stocks yesterday. I felt like it was I bought KWeb yesterday. I bought EH. I mean, they're nowhere near. If you look at some of these China plays, nowhere near what the SPY have done and Qs have done the last couple of weeks. So I thought there was more opportunity in some of that stuff than chasing some of this stuff that's already had a huge move. Amit, just starting out, it's overwhelming. Yes, it can. I remember I have to go back 25, 25, 26 years when I first started, and it is overwhelming. Uh, I always tell people the first thing you want to do is understand, candlestick charting, and go get you a good. You can find a lot of it on the internet these days, but if you want a good book, a book called Japanese Candlestick Charting by Steve Neeson is a good one. It just kind of goes over the basics, doesn't get too in depth and too crazy, but and you really there's not a whole lot you need to learn from there. You just need to understand certain patterns, um, uh, certain uh, candlestick patterns like dojis and shooting stars and hammers and things like that, and especially support, resistance, and trend lines. Just some of the basic stuff, but it does take a while. You need to you know the beautiful thing about learning how to trade is you can limit your losses. In other words, you play small size while you're learning, and that way your learning curve will not hurt you too much as long as you're playing small size. The BDTR jumped back up there. That's kind of crazy. Chat GDP. The well, thing about I haven't tried it recently. You can definitely, uh, put it in there and see what happens, Trader Tim, and they could definitely come up with some ideas as far as the trading plan goes. Uh, the difficult thing is sticking to that trading plan. I think setting up a trading plan is pretty easy, but getting a hold of your emotions and the psychological aspect of it, that's where it gets difficult. Uh, adhering to your rules. Uh, I like to tell it was my best trading is when I use price alerts. I don't chase. In other words, if I make myself not take a trade until a price alert goes off, that will help you to be more disciplined and not let your emotions get in control and start chasing stuff. And oh, I gotta show you guys. I'm so upset. This PDD. You know, Did you look at this move yesterday at the open? Okay, so I bought this, real close. I think I showed you guys yesterday. I bought this close to the 50 period moving average, probably around 99. Uh, and then yesterday it just drove me down. It's kind of Tough looking at the day to see how nasty that was. Let me scroll back like this. But yeah, that was just a awful, god awful move. Anyway, I got stopped out, and and then of course it just bounced. You get crazy stuff like this. Anyway, that upsets me. I should have gotten back in, but I took my eyes off of it. Next thing I know, I looked up and it's back around 101. I'm like, oh, great. I'm not going to chase it now after I got stopped out. And I probably wouldn't have, but I had it in from the other stop uh, after it made my bounce, and it was trading, up here at 102. And I think I stuck one in there. And for swing trading, I'll do that a lot. And I think typically I'll take them out at the open because of stupid shenanigans like this. Would Goog, in your opinion, be a good swing? Let's take a look. Yeah, I once again, earnings gap down, and now it's made a nice recovery, from the gap. It's just that I know if the market pulls back, this thing is probably going to pull back with it. More than likely, it is. So if I did take something right here, I would be using, like this. I'd keep it tight, okay? Because all this tells me is after earnings, okay, it got crushed, and now it's just bouncing with the market. So if you think the market's just going to keep going, you could give it a shot, but this is one I would keep real tight. I would not want it to break down below, basically today's, or maybe you made 3-day low or something like that. Okay, let's see if this ABVC can get going here. Not really. It's not doing any volume. Just going to sit here and doji, but who knows? Maybe get some more stupid news come out. Well, the good thing about the trade ideas is I like to tell everybody, it's one thing knowing how to trade. It's a totally different knowing what to trade. Okay. And trade ideas can help you discover what to trade. And whether it be you're trading momentum or whether you're looking for certain patterns, like some of the stuff I was showing you and some of the scans. I mean, nobody has the scanning and real time data like we do. So you can pretty much create any style you want to. You can probably create a scan for it. Uh, so that's what Trade Ideas is going to do for you. Now, I'm telling you though, if you're just new to the game, it's going to take some time. It's going to take some time to create a style that you're comfortable with, and it's going to take some time to to learn how to use Trade Ideas. And it doesn't. You don't have to use all the features of Trade Ideas. You just find a feature or scan that's going to help you profit. Peter, it's hard to uh, if you can go back. Sometimes you can find a channel, and get an idea of when the uptrend is going to start or stop. Let me see if I can think of a chart that may be in a channel. It's hard to do. Usually, you just don't come up with something like that. You gotta uh, let's think of something where that's been kind of strong over the last. I have to go back over here or something. Okay, I'm just gonna. I mean, this is kind of exaggerated, but I'm gonna kind of show you what I'm talking about. If you drew like a channel, something like this would be an uptrend channel. Okay, and let's make a downtrend channel. Um, or I should say trend line. This is a bad example, but you'll get the point. So what'll happen is, let's say you have an uptrend in a stock, right? So you create, not only do you create a trend line maybe from the bottom, and I know this is out of whack right here, but just imagine the other point being right here. Okay, so what'll happen is these two trend lines will create a channel. Okay, so when a stock may be in an uptrend, like say right here, and then it hits, the top of this channel, a lot of times that will be kind of an area you watch out for, as far as the stock maybe losing its momentum and starting to get sloppy and pulling back. Here's another example right up here, and then it got sloppy and pulled back. So not only can you draw trend lines, to on the bottom side, you can also draw trend lines on the top side as well, and that may help you, find when the momentum may stop, the to the upside. And I could probably look around and find a better example, but I think you get the gist of it. And of course, you can always use support, resistance along with that. Like right here, you can see not only was it kind of at the top of that trend line, on the you also had uh, resistance right there. Uh, so don't think you have to be using trend lines only. You definitely want to pay attention to support and resistance. Let's see if anything's coming through the races. There's that CIFR. I think Steve's been in that the last couple of days. Oh, a nice move in AU. Ah, lay that got close to my alert down there. Stick it back in there. All right. No, Patrick, I never used that. I started when I started trading. Of course, it was momentum trading, so obviously I was using a lot of moving averages and support, resistance, and volume has always been my key, and it translated over to swing trading pretty well. So uh, I never ventured out to a lot of the other stuff. I will use kind of an anchored VWAP every now and then. If I'm looking at stock to buy, I kind of maybe want to see where the anchored VWAP is. Really don't use VWAP that much. Never really used MACD. Messed around with Fibonacci's for a while, but I don't know. It came to a point where it's like, I know the game is mostly, 90% psychological. So it's the key is finding good entries. So I know what a good setup looks like, and what I'm looking for. So I just don't want to cloud my mind with having a bunch of other stuff trying to marry up to it. What do you do when you take a big loss, man? I cry. One good I don't take. Uh, Now, when I was day trading, yeah, I would take some big losses and I'd get pissed off like everybody else. But swing trading, I'm pretty disciplined. Okay, when I'm wrong, I'm pretty good about getting out. I don't. Jesse Livermore once said, once he exited a losing position, the pain would stop. I can't exactly remember how he phrased it, but there's a lot of truth to that. I mean, if you think about it, all the pain comes when you're sitting there, lamenting it and you know, driving yourself crazy, watching it, wonder if it's going to bounce, and then, but the best. So I've learned the best thing to do is when you start getting those feelings like that, man, just punch out. All right, there's, you know, just it can just eat away at your psyche, you know, sitting in a loss. And there's a lot of truth to that. I mean, yeah, it's going to hurt for a little bit, but you'd be surprised how quick you're over it and you're on to the next, looking to the next trade. You can make it back, but the opportunity it costs and the wear and tear it takes on you just sitting there, in a losing trade day after day, it's not worth it. Hey, Raj. All right. Yeah, you can log in now. No, there will not be. If you signed up for the test drive, you'll have live data. You will not, there will not be delayed quotes. So you're ready to go. And if you have any issues, just go to our website, trade-ideas.com. Okay, and there'll be a little chat blurb on, I think it's on the right side. But anyway, you can come in and we'll help you if you're having issues. But it's pretty straightforward. You're long as you know your user ID and your password. Ah, you're welcome. All right, let's take a look at the sectors here. Of course, we have ARC that has just been killing it, but it is hitting its 200-day moving average, and it is okay. This is the kind of stuff, Peter, that you want to look for. All right, right there. Not only you have ARC hitting its 200-day moving average, okay, which is its last average, but you also have a serious level of resistance right here, and it even goes back over here, and it kind of goes back over here. So this is a huge pivot point for ARC. Have to see what happens, but if I'm in some ARC stocks, I am looking to take profits right now. But I've taken all my profits, and you can see that IONQ, PLTR is getting kind of tired. GDX, KWeb still trying to get through its 50. KRA came up to a critical kind of, a little bit of a pivot level there. See if some of these other Donkey Kong is coming off a little bit. Nope, not really. GoDaddy. Jeez, look at that. I mean, this thing is going to go from like being down about just a few days ago 30% on the year, from all-time highs to all-time highs in 2 days, probably. Crazy. Yeah, what you'll have to do, is set up your, uh, alert window to where it doesn't start until, uh, noon. Okay, so what you would do is just, I don't know what time frame you're in if you're East Coast, but just go in here and then put time of day, or just type in time, it'll appear, and minutes after the open. So if you only want to back test stocks from a certain time, see what you, okay, so you have a 1 hour time frame right there. So you just add this filter, and let's say if you're on Eastern time, that would be 3. You'd put in here 2.5 to, is that right? Yeah, 2.5, and then you'd put in here 3.5, or to 1 o'clock from noon. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, so you put 3.5 right there, and then you hit your show me button. The alert occurred between 2.5 to 3. Oh, minutes after the open. Ah, geez, I thought that was hours. So you'd have to calculate the minutes. So I'll let you do that. Um, so calculate the minutes from the time you want the alert to start, and then put that time in the min column, and then when you want to start, calculate those minutes. So yours will be 60 minutes difference from this min to the max. Hope that makes sense, trader. Tim? Banks, Zion. Yeah, you can see it's running right into its 200 day right now. Uh, can I choose percentages? Yeah, you can when you back test. Let me uh, let me share with you a good video for that. Here's a good video on back testing. It'll show you how to put your percentages in there as far as the exit goes. I'm just not going to have time today, Tim, to go through all that. But that video will kind of walk you through how to set up your uh, exit strategies. Okay, Peter. Good.
I'm back.
Hey, Barry.
I'm back. What the heck does GoDaddy do still? I mean, are they still just
I
doing
guess
websites?
so.
I mean, my goodness, who needs who needs
Yeah.
GoDaddy these days?
I know. I
I can't
know.
believe it.
I can't either.
Just like you
That,
said,
that's
you know,
crazy.
The last 2 days, you could have
Yeah.
chased earnings plays like
Yeah.
crazy,
Yes.
like crazy.
Yeah.
GoDaddy and DraftKings, and these are 2 known entities.
Right.
There's not like, obscure stocks, I mean, or obscure companies. I mean, these are known companies.
Sure.
I just can't believe it.
What's Roku doing today?
Oh, it's still strong.
Yep. Look at that.
Still strong. Second J
Hey.
continuation after earnings. I was saying, Andy, I mean, I think Roku may have ended up about 40% yesterday for 123 million shares in the float. That is an
Yeah.
incredible
Yeah.
percentage increase.
Yes.
Incredible.
Yeah.
You just don't see that.
Yeah. It's yeah, it's scary right now. I don't know. It's just like, really? Is everything gonna turn around like that quick?
Yeah,
I mean, it's
just
yeah.
like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Good
Because yeah,
Lord.
we talked
I
about
mean,
this
yeah.
yesterday, Andy. 5 days ago, we were
I
going,
know.
okay, will 400 hold? The
Yeah,
SPY.
of
Will
course.
400 hold?
Yeah. It's crazy.
It is crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, my friend. Well, listen,
All
you've
right.
done double duty, and have a great
Yeah.
weekend. I'm trying to think of what good. I guess LSU, Alabama. I guess that's a somewhat interesting game.
What game is that?
The LSU Alabama game tomorrow.
Oh yeah, yeah. That'll be a fun one.
Hmm.
I hadn't even looked, but I'm sure there's some good ones. There's always a couple in there somewhere.
There's always a couple.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, my friend. Have a
All
great
right,
weekend,
Barry.
and
Yes,
get
you
geared
do
up
the
for
same,
next week.
buddy. All right,
Okay.
take care.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Okay, guys. I've just taken over the screen sharing. Just give me a moment. I'll get back into the main room. Okay, I'm back in the main room now. Look at the SPY. New high now. New high for the SPY. Unbelievable. And just get my music going. Okay, here we go. All right, guys. Well, I'm still interested for real in the excuse me, the Lemonade, LMND. Took this again in the simulator. So, but I like the way it's holding that 18 level. Want to see if it really has because it's got all sorts of room still. Well, here is the AI right here, John. Okay. A Market Explorer. Okay. So this is the AI right here in action. You just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. You're asking to show the premium features like the AI. This is the AI. This is the layout that I'm sharing for the test drive. Okay. And as far as Market Explorer is concerned, there's only one premium feature. If you click on New and then Market Explorer, all of these strategies, everything here, these are all part of the standard service. Okay. The only thing that isn't is the anchored VWAP. Okay. And this is typically a $49 add-on a month per month, but during the test drive, this is part of the test drive. I don't use the anchored VWAP, so I mean, I could show you one, but the main reason people want to take a look at our premium service is because of the AI. And all I can say is just load this window. This is the window that you would load. You just click on new and then premium. Now, again, I'm sharing this layout, so you don't have to. But if you don't, if you don't want my layout, but you just want to see the AI, then you just load premium AI strategy trades window. Make it super simple. Don't worry about like if you go to the channel, it's too complicated in my opinion. All you should care about are the alerts. What are the alerts? What's the stop? Now you have to figure out a way to trade them. Okay, because trading them is up to you. Because you get the alert and there's nothing to do. I mean, you don't have to. There's nothing to modify. There's nothing. You just wait for the alerts to happen. The earliest alert would be at 9:40. Okay. And you can see we had some alerts at 9:40. And then you just basically wait for the alerts to happen. I would never be in a rush just to take the trade immediately. I always would like to click on the alert, check the chart, see what's happening. And then, if it meets your trading plan and style, then you can take the trade. If it doesn't, then you pass. Okay, John, did you not hear me? Did you not hear me? I just, maybe you can't hear me. John, can you hear me? I literally just went all over it, but maybe you have me on mute. If you have me on mute, it's really hard for me to. Oh, okay, really hard for. Okay, so again, are you part of the test drive, John? That's okay. Are you part of the test drive? Yes, no. Part of the test drive? Yes, no. Okay, I'm just. Oh, okay. Well, if you're part, okay, so you can, if you want, you can take part of the. Excuse me. You can take part in the test drive. It will cost $11.11. You'll be bumped up to premium. This is what the AI looks like. Okay, it's really that simple. You just load this window. The earliest alert would be at 9:40. So if you loaded this window, and I'm actually sharing my layout for the test drive, but so say Monday morning, you open up Trade Ideas before the market opens. This window will be blank. You just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay. And there you have an entry, you have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. And as I was saying, I would never take the trade just because you get the alert. I always will click on the alert, want to see what's happening on the chart, maybe even see what's happening with the market, depending if I think it's a stock that's going to follow the market a little bit. And then you make up your mind if you want to trade it. Okay. So there's no right or wrong way to use the AI. I use it like a watch list. Okay. But again, there's nothing to do really. But to really simplify it, just like don't go to the AI channel. I think it just gets way too complicated. All a person should really care about is show me alerts. What time did they happen? What was the alert price and what's my stop? And then afterwards, just think about it, trying to trade it. Market Explorer. Now that's not part of you. You actually you should have access to this Market Explorer window. If you click on from new, click on Market Explorer. I think it's part of your standard service. What isn't part? So now if I right click and hover over strategy, select strategy. These are all of the scans within the Market Explorer. The only one that I think I know is not part of the standard service, and it's actually a $49 a month add-on, is the Anchored VWAP. Okay. And it's go no go. I'm not even sure it's I don't even know if it's live. I'm on a development version, so but this is part of the test drive also. So if you wanted to take a look, I don't use the Anchored VWAP, so okay. So but all of this is all part of the and again, I don't use any of these because these are more for, in my opinion, more for swing trading, not for day trading. So that's consequently I just don't use any of these. Okay. But doesn't mean they're. I don't know if this is even. I don't even know if go no go is. Let me just ask, because I have it doesn't mean it's available, and I'm not sure. Let me just ask. Oh, let me just see if it's available. Okay. Oh, you do have it. Okay. Pepe says you've got it. All right. Well, and I think that is probably going to be, well, it'll be part of the go no go. Okay. I mean, counter trend rally daily. I mean, understand, I don't use this at all. So I don't know. I don't even know what I'm looking at. Okay. I see that he's got all sorts of little marks on here, and I'm assuming that these different colors refer to whether you take the trade or don't take the trade. There's probably a description somewhere about it. I know it's been around for a while, but Michael, who developed it, said, don't show it yet because it's not ready. And but I guess you guys have it. But I'm pretty sure. I guess these colors have something to do with either taking the trade or don't take the trade. I don't worry about making me repeat. That's okay. And so, yes, if you do want to have access to the AI and you want to have access to, I guess, the Go No Go and the anchored VWAP, which is not part of the standard service, then you could take the test drive. The test drive still available for anybody who is a standard service has our standard product, and it will still cost the $11.11. There's a different scenarios. He had me on mute. So again, guys, if you're part of the standard service and you want to take part in the test drive, you have access to the AI and in any of the other. I mean, this is the main reason. I mean, there are some other. If you're into back testing, you can back test your strategy, things like that. Where's what scan? Wiggle Boss. What is what scan? Oh, hopefully YouTube is up and running. Should be. I see it looks like it's up and running, and I'm not on mute. Oh, okay, good. What scan are you talking about, Wiggle Boss? Well, the anchored V listen, I'm not an expert, Marius, okay, but the anchored VWAP just picks a different time of the day instead of, the VWAP, of course, starts from the time, at the beginning of the day, and that's where the VWAP starts. But let's say you had a big spike, in a price like, I don't know, DKNG. Again, I don't use it. Ah, that's what happens. I have to go, how do I get back to yeah, shoot, how do I get back now? That's right. I do recall that this happened with the go no go. How do I get back to normal? Probably candlestick patterns. Select chart style. Just give me a moment. Oh, that's right. Okay, so I've got to change it. It shouldn't happen. That shouldn't override it forever. Well, maybe give me a moment. Chart style. Okay, so let's take a look at, I don't know, let's take a look at DraftKings as an example. When you look at the anchored V, when you look at the VWAP, there it is, 31.96. It's starting from down here. But let's just say, I don't know, it started to drop. You could put an anchor at the top here. Let's just say this was the high and it started to drop. You could draw the anchored VWAP from here and you could get a different number. That's about the extent of my knowledge. Okay. And the other thing is you can start it from, previous days. So you could start maybe an anchored VWAP right here, and you have a different number, and maybe that would act as support. You'd have a line drawn somewhere. But again, I am not a big, I'm not a user of it. So best thing to do is to go online, and you can. There's all sorts of information. In fact, it might even be here. But Brian Shannon wrote the book on it, of course, and or wrote a book on it. Now that there might have been a. So this is the pinch. So you can see they drew the anchored VWAP starting at the top of here on this weekly chart, and then at the bottom here. So this is like a pinch. How to trade it, don't ask me. Okay. I mean, I think if it became if the pinch became less wide, then a break above, you go long, a break below, you'd go short, something like that. Okay. Exactly. You can move the VWAP to a specific price. Exactly. That's a better way of explaining it. Again, I think it's more for swing traders. All right. So would it be possible to scan the price be above yesterday's high, the RSI for 5, 15, 16 be greater than 70, the volume for 5 and 30 minutes to be 50% over normal? Yes. How's that? So let's just for fun, okay? I mean, I'll show you. I don't actually have to create it, but let's just say I started off with a new alert window. So first of all, the RSI. So if I do a search on RSI, okay, so here they are, right? So you're looking at 5, 15. You know what? I'll start it from scratch. New alert window, start from scratch, load the settings. Okay. Okay. So RSI. So you wanted 5, 15, and 60. So we do have 5, 15, and 60. Okay. Add the filter, minimum 70. Okay. Search the 15, add the 70, search 60, add the 70. Okay. So there's your RSI. Price above yesterday's high. That's easy. Do a search, position, USI, T, previous day's range, add the filter, put 100%. That means it's got to be at least at yesterday's high, probably more. Oh, did he say price? Yeah, yeah, it's a time. Yes, thank you, Pepe. Okay, and then volume to be 50% of normal on a 5 and a 30. Okay, let's do this. Search, volume, What time frames? 5. Add the filter. 150 is a percent, so 150 is okay. Oops. And then 30. 150, so that's going to be at least basically 150%, okay? Whatever number you want in here. So if we do a summary, so there you go. Your volume in the last 5 minutes, 150% of normal, 30 minutes, 150% of normal, at least. The price is at least at the high of yesterday, more than likely to be higher. Here are all your RSI figures. Okay. And then you need a trigger. What do you want your trigger to be? A new high of the day or whatever that trigger is? Like what are you going to use for your real-time alert? Okay, new high, new high. Let's click on the summary, new high. I'll give it a name. I'll just give this to you. And of course, you can always adjust it. Okay, there it is. Okay, and then you can just adjust it. You probably want to add a minimum volume too. I would probably add a minimum volume to it. Are you talking? Okay, Wiggle Boss. Are you talking about the go no go? Okay, yeah. So if you click on new from our toolbar, click on new, and then click on Market Explorer. This window will pop up. Okay. If you right click on it, and then you see it says select strategy, and then this box will pop up and it's called go no go. Yeah, I don't want to do it again because I'll have to then go back to my charts and readjust them. And I guess there are two. Okay. Yeah, so I mean, if you want to, so Janice, if in our YouTube room, if you want to set up as now, first of all, remember, I am sharing a lot of scans, okay? And there are a lot of scans here. If you click on new and then dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels, okay? But if you wanted to start a scan completely from scratch, you wanted to create your own scan, you would click on new and then alert window, okay? And you will see that probably the last one that I ever did, they'll have all these filters in here. So you start from scratch, and then load the settings. Now it's blank. Okay. If I click on the summary, you see there's nothing in here. And now here's where you can start adding. You can search for what you're looking for. I mean, these are all of the real, again, don't get hung up, and anybody else listening, don't get hung up on how many real-time alerts we've got. And also, if I scroll down, these are all the different filters we've got, the screeners that we've got. You don't have to learn them all. But, again, if you're looking for something, you think, well, I really like RSI or I like MACD, or then if you just type in MACD in the search, you'll see what we've got. So for instance, if you look at this and you say, well, yeah, but I want the 20-minute MACD cross below zero. we don't have it. Okay, we don't have it. So you can't if you don't see it here, then we don't have it. If you're looking for stochastics, oops, no, this is what we've got. If you want the 20-minute, we don't have it. You're looking for Ichimoku, you can start typing it in. We have nothing on that. So this is a good place to maybe start if you're already at, some kind of a trader, and you kind of know what you're looking for, and you can search to see whether we have anything that you're looking for. Number one. Okay. And then you just start, then you can go into your Windows specific filters. I mean, more than likely, a person has a price range they like. You probably have a minimum volume they want to see, but here's where you can start, constructing your scan. Just like I was showing Stan in the main trading room, how to construct a scan for the filter for the values that he wanted. Luckily, we had everything that he wanted. Yeah, you can start the test drive right now, Stan. Well, I mean, all you have to do then is go to the price. Just type in price. So the scan that I gave you, just you can search. You can type on price, and here's the price icon. Add the filter and put a minimum price. You might want a maximum too, but I mean that's up to you. You might want to. I would also probably want to have a minimum volume. Otherwise, you might get inundated with alerts. So yeah, the test drive right now is live. I know I said wait for about an hour after the market closes on Monday, but I think somebody may have accidentally flipped the switch. Okay, so the test drive is actually live right now. Hey guys, I'm actually waiting on DraftKings to see if it takes out 34 again. I mean, it still has room. Believe it or not, it still has room. How can you identify the stocks with the worst performance in my back test? I don't know. I don't use the back tester, but I mean, you can probably go to the calendar and it'll show you all the stocks that you took. If I back test, I mean, you never back test during the day, and I would never back test this strategy, but I'll do it just to see. Start at 10 o'clock, and here I'm just going to, again, I don't back test at all. So, but I think the calendar might show. I mean, I mean, I can't tell you what's going to show you the worst. You can go to, I don't know if there's going to be like something in a list that's going to show you the worst stock. You can go to the different days though, and you can kind of scroll down. You'll see all the trades that were taken, and I don't know, maybe if you sort on the gross profit or well, the thing is, if you're a backtester, you're getting a negative 60%. It doesn't really matter. You don't want to use that. Then. You don't really care. Does it really matter which are the worst ones? Again, that is a premium service, guys, and backtesting is something that, a few of our customers do. It's, I think you got to be a bit, you've got to have the time, and you've got to actually have you got to want to do it. I know that sounds maybe a little crazy, but because you've got to have the time to do it. Some people love it. It's kind of fun, I suppose, if you've got the time. Because what the idea is that you take something you think might work, like a particular strategy, you create the alert window, you back test it, and then you see what the equity curve is. And if the equity curve is at least maybe at least pointing upwards, not like the last one, then you can start taking a look at it, optimizing it, looking at maybe is there a better time of day I should be doing this? Is there a better price range I should be doing this? Things like that. So you can start to optimize it, get it down to okay, maybe a better time of day, a better price range, maybe a minimum volume. I doubt it, Trader Tim. I mean, when you get the alert, I mean, you first of all, you can't remember how it's working. It's looking in the past, okay? So you won't know if you would have avoided that one. I think, yeah, I think it would be absolutely impossible for you to say, "Oh, I wouldn't have taken that one. Oh, I wouldn't have taken that one." Basically eliminate all the ones you think you wouldn't have taken, and then because then you're sort of curve fitting. If you Okay, you're sort of saying, okay, well, if I eliminate all the ones I would have taken, that would have been a great strategy. But it's pretty hard to know, that's what you would have done. Stocks like this template, you mean, I don't know, Pepe, does it work in the pre-market? I really don't know. If it doesn't, probably doesn't work in the pre-market because there's just not enough data usually. Okay. Now mine would work. This is something that I've given to people. I think mine actually might work in the pre-market, but I'm not 100% sure. This is a this is in my opinion probably better than what you're looking at because what you're looking at goes in 5-minute increments. This history the stocks like this template, so you can put as many column headers as you want up here. These are just filters, okay? And then what you do is you go to the symbol linking. Sorry, sorry. Go to configure, and then go to symbols, symbol list, and then put the symbol that you're trying to see what was happening. So let me put one in here, and we'll see if it actually works in the pre-market. Um, let's go GoDaddy. Now I'd probably have to add pre-market high because there are not that many that work in the pre-market. Okay, and then we'll go today. I mean, there's going to be a lot in here, of course. Yeah. So 821. Okay. 821. That's here's the market starting at 9:30. So I don't know if the template that you're looking at on our website actually can work in the pre-market. Mine does, but you would have to add, an alert, say for a pre-market high or pre-market low, something that works in the pre-market. I can give this to you. And so what this is doing, I mean, this again, this is for people who really I don't do this. I created this a long time ago just for people. I thought this was easier to use than the stocks like this template that we have because you can put your own filters in here as column headers. And basically the idea is to say, okay, what were the values for GoDaddy, say at 932? Okay, so there was the volume, there was the gap, there's the gap percent, relative volume was this, and you can sort of try to build a scan based on this. Okay, I mean, again, I don't do it. So you could say, okay, let's build a scan and say, okay, the gap, a minimum gap of 2, minimum relative volume of 1024, minimum, and just go through these because these are the values that our server saw at the time of all of these. Every time GoDaddy made a new high, these are the values that our server saw. Again, if you're listening to this and you're new, just block your ears or something. This is nothing you have to know. This is only for people who really want to get into it. It's nothing that you have to know. Okay. No D888. No, we don't have EMAs at all. Okay, we have no EMAs at all, guys. I am. I didn't mention this one, but you probably saw me put a bunch of price alerts. The FTNT on a wild, maybe intuition or hunch. So I can give this to you if you want. Who asked for a 2 box? I can give this to you. All you have to do is, and again, this is all controllable by you. All these column headers. If I go into configure and then summary, oops, columns. Sorry for going to columns. These are all the column headers I've got. Okay, so you don't want some of them. You just click on one and right click it over. If you see something that you want to add as a column header, remember you're not using the filters. You're just using column headers just to see what the values were. And then the only thing you have to do is in the symbol is put the symbol you want to search on in single symbol. This is just a drop down. Again, guys, if you're listening to this and you're taking this test drive, you're new, you're wondering, well, I can't learn that. Don't worry, you don't have to. Okay. So I can give this to you if you, and then only other thing you have to do is run the history on it. Okay, history today, and then you'll get all the time frames. And you see how this is in the stocks like this template that you're looking at on the website. It's 5-minute increments. I mean, it's not terrible, but this is to the second. So in case you want it, I'll give it to you. Okay. Okay, guys, I have to do a video. I'll do a quick one. So anyway, what I was saying with the FTNT. So when I was on my break, um, so much for all those downgrades this morning. By about multiple firms downgrading this. It was an earnings play. What a move, 44 to almost 50. And so when I was on my break, saw this little break over 49. Oh, I took it. I mean, it's not bad. and we'll see what happens. I mean, 50 might block it. Pretty psychological number. Can I have the alert window on my screen on the screen? Which one are you talking about? Lord Bright Infinity. This is from my YouTube room. Which alert window are you talking about? You talking about the one I was just are you talking about the one I was just displaying? Because if that's the case, I just put the link in. Okay, so the link is just above you, okay? Yeah, it's just above you. So I just put the link. Well, I think, for me personally, Marius, I think if a price increase without a volume increase may not amount to anything. So I always look for volume increases. That's me, okay? Because you could get a price increase, you can see a price pop, and I always say, but if it's not accompanied by volume, then, I'd be wary. But that's me, okay? No, it should be you should be getting data right now, soon, soony. Now, you can't have both versions open at the same time. You have to log out of the web-based version. You can't have both versions up at the same time. So I don't know if that's the issue. So when you look at do you have a green ball or a red ball or another color? If I'm pointing at, are you talking about this toolbar here though, or are you talking about the on the web-based version? Are you- or not the web-based version, but give me a moment. Are you talking about this? Ah, Steve, I thought I saw something from you earlier. Bonjour. Okay. But you're not talking about this then, okay? Or are you? Soon. Because again, you can only have even this is a version of Trade Ideas. You can only have one version open at a time. Okay. So if you're not getting data, but you're getting data on the web-based version, then I would have to direct you to our customer support. I'll give you a link because I really won't know why that's happening. They can look at your account, okay? But it doesn't make sense to me that if you're getting data in the web-based version, so if you click on that link right there, our homepage, okay, and need help, okay, give them your email address. First, give them your email address and say, hey, for some reason, I get data in the web-based version. I'm not getting it in the downloadable app. It says I don't have permission or something like that. Okay. Well, I mean, okay, are the videos archived and saved? I mean, remember, this video this room goes on for how long now? A little over 6 hours. So I don't know how relevant it's going to be. I mean, you're not going to sit through 6 hours of my talking. Well, Marius, I mean, the whole idea is a 1 minute volume spike will be the filter. Okay, you want to use that as a filter, and then the new high of the day is your trigger. But you have to experiment. I mean, you just have to experiment. There's absolutely no 100% right or wrong. All I can say is that a price increase without a volume increase many times is, you'll see a stock in consolidation, and all of a sudden you see it pop. You say, all right, I'm going to take it. Well, I always say, but look down here. Okay. Was there a volume increase accompanying with that price increase? If not, I rarely will take it. I mean, it doesn't mean, I mean, it could still move. Again, it's not 100% one way or the other, but in my experience, what a price increase, a price pop without a volume increase at the same time can just lead what I call a false breakout. Okay, guys, I have to do a video. So, what time is it now? It's pretty late. 146. So let me. At 157. It shouldn't take me that long, but just in case. Okay, guys, so I'm muting myself now. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, I do. When I do my video, it only takes me about 5 minutes. I say 10 minutes because just in case I've got some technical issues. But when I do my video, I have to stop everything. Um, when I look at the upgrades, downgrades, how do I quickly tell? Okay, well, this is how I tell. And remember, this is nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? In terms of the site, this is I just use briefing.com. So this is what I look at. Okay, so for instance, on the downgrade side, this is where I saw all the downgrades for FTNT. See right here, FTNT, 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 et cetera, et cetera. I saw them all right there. That's how I can tell if a stock has been downgraded. No, sometimes it makes it, it's easy. It's all in a list like this. Sometimes I have to, you might see it spot like throughout the list I've got. But so that's the first thing. The second, well, these are all U.S. stocks in terms of they all trade on the U.S. exchange. But what I will sometimes do if I see a Y or like then I know it's kind of a foreign stock. It might trade on the U.S. exchange, but I'm not that interested. See if I can find one. Yeah, wouldn't you know? I can't find one today, but that's it. No, no, no mystery. Okay. My screen is blank here. Really? Hmm. Well, it shouldn't be because of the. But let me resume again. I stopped. Let me see. I'll do the share again. How's that? Are we good? Oh, it was just you, Pepe. How could you do that to me? Yeah. Yeah, I use Interactive Brokers, Steve. Yeah, I link Interactive Brokers or Trade Ideas to Interactive Brokers. Yes. Oh, is it just you? Oh, I see. Okay, guys, can you see my screen? I think in YouTube probably you're okay, but how about you should really? Okay, I have to ask the general question. Can you guys see my screen? Hmm. You know what might be happening then, because it's not on my end, you can't see, but my screen sharing icon is definitely alive. I'm wondering if he's got a problem. The I wonder if the server can you hear me though? You can hear me? Again, I'm not talking to you guys on YouTube. I think in YouTube you can see the screen and you can hear me. No audio either. Okay. Oh, it works now? Are we good now? Well, somebody said it works now. Okay, I will ping Sebastian though, just to see if there is a problem. You guys can hear me in YouTube, but you can't hear me in the main room. So let me just see if there's a problem. But I just before I do that, I just have to make sure you guys. Only one other thing I can do. Just give me a moment. Hmm. Okay, you guys can hear me in YouTube. I think there is a problem with the main room, so I'm going to have to get a hold of the guy who handles the room. This is outside of Trade Ideas, so I'm going to have to give him a send him an email. Well, Marius, okay, you can also try maybe a new 5-minute high then. You don't have to get a new high for the day. I mean, there are all sorts of different real-time alerts. Try a real, maybe a new 5-minute high then. I'm just going to type this in. Yeah, so you can hear me in YouTube. I know you can. There's a problem with the screen sharing and audio in the main room. Ah, wait a minute. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me in the main room? At least the mic icon was I was able. Okay, now how about the screen sharing? So still no screen sharing. Okay. Well, that's one out of two. Let me try one more time. I'll stop the screen sharing. See, on my end, it shows that screen sharing should be working, but that doesn't help, does it? Okay, so I just started again. Just waiting to hear back from Sebastian to see if he's answered me. He says no. Okay, one last time, guys. So you cannot see my screen, right? But you can hear me in the main room. Not talking to you guys in. Not talking to you guys in. Now, if you have a frozen screen, maybe do a refresh. Okay, anybody who has a frozen screen, or maybe just do a refresh. Because if you can see my screen, then at least we know that projection part is working. Hmm. So again, do a refresh. Okay, so it looks like it is working. So just do a refresh, guys, if you can't see the screen, if it appears frozen, okay? LXEO is on the screen right now, okay? You might have to even come into, 3 refreshes and nothing. Interesting. Oh, okay. I know it's confusing. We have 2 rooms going. One's a YouTube room and one's what I call the main trading room. YouTube is fine. It's a different projection system, okay? The way I screen share. So YouTube is fine. You can see my screen, you can hear me. So what I'm talking about is the main room. So no screen, okay? But you can hear me. Well, I pinged him and see what he says. Yeah, Marius, I know. Okay, I know YouTube is working. Okay, I know YouTube is working. I'm just talking about the main room. A moment. Hmm. Well, the only other thing I can do, guys, is I can do what's called a hard reboot. But what'll happen is everybody will be booted out, and so you'd have to come back in. Let me see if I can do anything. Yeah, I mean, I can do a hard reset and reload, but this doesn't affect anybody in YouTube, okay? So I can try that. So if you're in the main room and you get booted out, just come back in, okay? Yeah, as it says, if you're encountering black screens or choppy audio for everyone, I'm using this as a last resort. No, I'm going to do it, but again, everybody's going to be booted out of the main room. So maybe what you can do is I'll put the YouTube link in, okay? And you can head over there at least as I do this hard, okay, as I do this hard reboot. Or yeah, I mean, if it's okay, I mean, I can still talk to you guys. The only problem is when people ask me a question, I like to be able to demonstrate it, on the screen. That's the issue. Also, I should know if that hard reset is going to work. So, okay, guys. So goodbye to people in the main room. Okay. Oh no, it's gonna give me this. All right, let's see if this. Hmm. Oh man, William, can you hear me? No, yes, no screen, no sound. Yeah. Oh, okay. Okay, guys, listen. I'm trying to log into the main room as I'm back in. Okay. All right, guys. I'm gonna cross my fingers. Can you hear me in the main room and see my screen? No. Okay. Well, I don't know what to do then. Yes and yes. How come Swing says yes and yes, can hear me and see my screen, and some of you cannot? I'll tell you what, if you can hear me, then try to do a refresh, okay? Try to do a refresh, and that might maybe then you'll be able to see my screen. I mean, yeah, you're right. We only have about 45 minutes left anyway, but I don't want to have I don't want to have to do this Monday morning. Okay. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, you can't see. If you can see in YouTube, you can see this little icon here. That is my screen sharing, and it is from my end, it's working. And there's the mic. You can see that it's not grayed out. So from my end, it's supposed to be working. If you can see in YouTube, but doesn't help you guys, of course. Doesn't help me if you can't see my screen. I will try one more time to disconnect and then start again. All right, guys. Well, listen, I mean, I'll keep YouTube open. I can talk to you guys who are on YouTube. Anybody who's in the main room, you can head over to YouTube. You can hear me. You can see the screen. It's a slight delay, but you know what? You really wouldn't know. So you can head over to YouTube, and what you should do is disconnect from the audio in the room. Well, you can just exit the main room. Okay. Otherwise, you can't have both audios going because you'll get a feedback. So meanwhile, the FTNT, I said I took that one and I was wondering if it could get through 50 and it did not, or if it did, it was just so brief. Yeah, 50-12. So gone from that one. Wasn't a bad little trade. Ah, okay. Hi, Sebastian. So can you see what's happening? You can hear me, right? But can you see my screen? Yeah, no screen. So audio, yes, no screen. So, but the screen icon is not grayed out. Both the mic icon and the screen icon are fine, okay? So, I'm not sure what to do. We're having our test drive starting on Monday, so I just don't want this to happen Monday morning. And it's fine in YouTube. As I said, I do broadcast with a different streamer in YouTube, and everything is fine. They can see my screen and they can hear me. And in fact, if you went to YouTube, you could see my screen, and then maybe you can tell me what to do. Is there anything I like in the gear? I've already done a hard reset and reload. Of course, that booted everybody out. I'm not really sure what else I can do. Okay, sure. And thank you for coming in here, Sebastian. Who you're listening to now, guys, is Sebastian, the developer of the room. Okay, so that's the second voice you're hearing. Yes. Yeah, there's one issue I can see right off the bat is that it is taking a while. Yeah, I'm getting the spinning gear now. Okay, now I can cancel. Okay, okay. So can you see can you see Sebastian's screen? He's asking. He says we see a taskbar, but what are you displaying, Sebastian? They're saying no. They're all saying no. They're saying it also failed. I mean, I'm kind of happy that it's not my system. But okay, okay. They are saying they can see your screen now. Okay. Well, no. You mean Chrome completely? No, I have a couple of tabs open, and of course the room is working in Chrome, which I did shut down, but I did have a couple of other tabs open. So okay, so you're gonna stay. Are you gonna stick around? Right. Okay, so okay, I'll do that. Now I hope I can get back in. As I told you before, sometimes when I try to log in the normal way, it doesn't allow me to assume admin. I had to do it a few times, but hopefully that won't happen. You know, I came in just as a subscriber, and then of course I can't. I don't have the icons to. Yeah, and that's exactly how I do it, but it didn't seem to work. You know what I'm going to try to do right now, just for fun. It's probably not going to work, but just for fun, I'm going to try to. No, it's not gonna okay. I will I will close down all my browsers, then I'll come back in right now, okay? Yeah, okay. So guys, this means I'm gonna have to shut down YouTube because YouTube is launched from is from yeah, it's from Chrome and what he wants me to do. So I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to shut down YouTube also, okay? Because I have to restart my browser.